Hello. Talking about that. Hello, 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 hello. Hi. Hello. Hello. Good to be back. Good to be back. Good to be back. I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. Let me turn this one off. Hello there. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hello, it is I, your armored VTuber Yushin, and welcome you once again after quite a while, actually. Quite a while. This is the only... this one now. Sorry about that. This is... Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't streamed for 2 days. Well, 2 days on my schedule, that is. And it's been a while since I streamed. So, hello, welcome to the stream. Again, it is I, your armored VTuber, Ryushin, then live from the depths of hell. Not really. Well, almost. I already got out of that part, at least, luckily. Now I'll be telling you some later what really happened. But basically, hello. How has your week been? Blah, blah. Starting to stutter right away. Starting to stutter right away. So how's your week been? My week, I'm gonna be telling that later once we start talking about things, because today is Free Talk Friday, where I or you at the chat as well are gonna be talking about stuff that happened the past week, stuff that caught my interest, stuff that I wanted to talk about, just basically everything that we can talk about or we wanted to talk about, basically. No holds barred, no nothing specific, just anything that we can basically do. And it has been quite eventful on my end. Well, if you can say that, but because for me it's not really that eventful. It's just me being me. But I'm gonna tell you about later. I'm gonna tell you all about it later. But first, how are you guys? How are you? How is your week? Is your week okay? Is your week good? Bad? Not so much happening. What did you eat this week? What kind of food did you eat this week that is quite memorable? What activity did you do this week which is quite memorable? And what are you talking about? Anything, just anything interesting or not. And you can post it on the chat, and we can talk about it. But probably most of the things that we'll be talking about is what happened to me these past few days. The main reason why I wasn't able to stream for Monday and Wednesday, which supposed to be my streaming days. But we're gonna talk about that later, and also we're gonna talk about a little bit about what has been happening recently, especially in the Twitter sphere. Something that is quite eventful, I should say, from my standpoint at least, from my point of view at least, from someone that has just been starting to use Twitter a little bit more seriously than before, or a little bit more frequently than before, at least. We're gonna talk about that for a little bit and my opinions about it. And we're gonna also talk about some stuff that I have been doing recently, that I've been obsessing with recently, and other stuff that we can react to. I actually have some videos here that I wanted to react to. I haven't been watching them. I wanted to watch them on stream and whatnot. Uh, but yeah, I wanted to watch some videos that I wanted to react to, and we're gonna talk about everything else, everything that you wanted to talk about, because I'll be reading them as well. Because I'm pretty sure that you have more interesting stories than I do. I'm pretty sure of that. I'm pretty sure. I'm quite so sure about that. And now I'm just gonna check if my mic is working, because last time, okay, you know what happened last time, last week? Um, I was so dumb, I was so stupid that I have been talking for like the first hour of stream. For the first full hour of stream, I have been muted without me realizing it. I was so dumb to not actually check my mic if it is working. Well, the mic is working. It's just that it isn't routed to OBS. Uh, my mic was not activated on OBS, or I didn't set it. I didn't double check if my actual mic is the one that OBS is picking up for some reason. And I also actually checked it today, and it's still setting itself on default for some reason. It's not setting on my mic, on my actual mic. It's not setting itself on my actual mic. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Maybe something that I needed to like save the settings, or whatever. But yeah, I actually did checked it earlier, and the same thing happened. Well, basically, what happened last time is I was muted for for like the first hour of stream. For the whole hour, I was muted, and of course, no one would actually tell me what is happening. Because small audience, and yeah, I was talking for like a full hour of just a lot of things. And then I realized that I was muted for the whole time. The whole time that I was talking, and I felt stupid. I really, really felt stupid during that time. But hey, lesson learned. Lesson learned. If you want to actually see that part, I actually did upload the VOD on my VOD's YouTube channel. You can click on the link below for that. There's a link below already for the VOD's channel. If you missed my other streams, and if because Twitch deletes VODs after quite a while, so that's why I upload them also on YouTube. So they will be archived there, for a longer time. As long as YouTube exists and my VOD's channel exists, it will be there. But anyway, if you watch my my VODs from the last stream, I was talking a lot, and then I didn't realize that I was muted, and no one is telling me that I was muted, because I have a very small audience, admittedly, and most of them I think are lurkers anyway, so they wouldn't say anything, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I blame myself for being stupid, for just being a boomer, and not realizing that I was muted. I was muted for a whole hour, and I was talking a lot of things actually that are quite interesting, or at least for me. But yeah, I was muted. I was muted, and I felt stupid. I felt stupid. Honestly, I felt stupid for the whole stream. We just admittedly would excuse me. Admittedly, I would admit, I'll be honest about it. I was I was kinda out of focus during that time because of what happened. I my focus was not really ruined, but kind of swayed, for a lack of a better term, during that time because I felt stupid. And yeah, it happens. I learned from it. I learned from it. As a matter of fact, I did check my mic now before stream, and yeah, it is setting itself as default, which is the thing about my rig here is the mic that I'm using is not the default mic that it was set to, because I was too stupid and lazy to actually adjust that. So it goes back to the default setting for the audio input scene. If you are a streamer, you would understand. Excuse me. If you're a streamer, you would understand. But basically, uh, my laptop my laptop and the mic isn't set. The mic that I'm using is not set as a default mic that my laptop uses. So basically that's why, because the laptop itself has its own built-in mic, internal. So even if you don't really have a microphone, you can technically still use a microphone from the laptop itself. It has a built-in one, but of course that microphone would be shitty. So that's why I use a different mic. I use a separate mic, which is the Fantech Leviosa. By the way, I would highly recommend the Fantech Leviosa if you're starting out, and if you have the kind of a budget, but you're standing out. I know a lot of I've seen a lot of streamers, especially Filipino streamers, that use the cheaper ones like the BM800, which I did use before actually. There was a time, I think when I was starting out, the first couple of streams that I did was uh, I used the BM800 for that. That's why it's so hissy. There's a lot of hissing on my mic and whatnot. So that's why. And later on, I eventually switched to the Fantech Leviosa for my mic, and I fixed some of the problems, most of the problems, but I still need to adjust it. From what I noticed for my pods, it's still the audio still needs some adjusting if I have the time, that is. But anyway, yeah, I was muted the whole time, and I was talking a lot of things during that stream, and it's just a shame. And yeah, as I said, it kind of threw off my focus for the whole stream. And admittedly, I would not deny that I was a bit miffed. Not really angry or frustrated, or just a little bit miffed. I use the word miffed for situations that I'm a little bit frustrated, but not too much to affect me. But it is frustrating, you know. I was kind of a little bit miffed about that because it just threw off my focus for the whole stream, and I was like, that was just stupid. But mistakes happen, and I'm actually glad that that happened because I learned now that to check my audio before stream. That's it, basically. So, yeah, lesson learned. Lesson learned. Actually, let me change my music here. Just give me one moment. Let's see. We can do this. Okay, will be a more appropriate uh music right here. Just okay. Let me lower it down just to make sure that it's just just background music at this point. All right. Okay. All right. I guess that's good. That's good. All right. So anyway, we got some things that we can talk about today. We got some things. And also, if you wanted to talk, if you wanted me to talk about like other things as well, you can go ahead and post it in the chat as well. Anything that is interesting to talk about, basically, you can post it in the chat as well, so we can talk about it, react about it, whatever. You know, um, the reason why, actually, the reason why I streamed a little bit earlier than the usual, all right, is because I'll be actually leaving a little bit earlier as the usual as well. We're gonna go for 4 hours still. It's still 4 hours, but the reason why I kind of started a little bit earlier is one, I was trying to test out something and see if streaming earlier actually works for me. And second, I will actually have to do errands. I know it's late at night here in where I am, but I would actually still need to do some work. Actually have to have some work done in my job. Because technically later is would not be my day off. Technically, I would have to work later, because my day off would be technically be over later, so that still counts, and I still need to do some things in regards to work. I mean my real job, IRL, and yeah, so I'll be doing that as well, basically. So that's something that I will need to do later. That's why I decided to stream a little bit earlier than the usual. Uh, and also, as I mentioned, I was trying I was trying out something in regards to my schedules, trying to see if I can like stream a little bit earlier than the usual because you know, just trying out some things. So that's why we're gonna still do the usual run stream runtime around 4 to 5 hours. If I feel like it's 5 hours, but uh, if not, just the usual 4 hours. You know, I think a lot of people would ask me if ever some people would ask me why am I streaming for like 4 hours max. There's actually like it's actually like several reasons. Um, but one of the main reasons why that is relevant, at least for me, is the reason why I stream for 4 hours max is because I like doing so. No, not that. Well, it's a part of the reason why I like streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours for me is like the sweet spot. That sweet spot of your stream enough, you know, for you to be recognized by the algorithm, whatever, and you stream enough to be like, yeah, this is a normal stream, normal typical stream. Because if you're streaming for like an hour, it's just weird, It's kind of weird, at least for me. If you're streaming for like an hour, not that it's bad. Okay, not that it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just using the word weird for a different reason. It's not weird. It's bad weird. It's just, feels weird. Feels not normal. I should say that is a better word, I guess. It feels not normal to stream for like less than 4 hours, at least for me. So that's why I chose 4 hours. Um, and also, in the meantime, at least in the meantime, I don't really see the need to stream a longer, because of how big or how small my audience is in my case. If I were to have like a bigger audience, Okay, if I were to have like a bigger audience, I may have I may have to stream a little bit longer, you know. But since I don't really have like a big audience in the meantime, at least for me, um, I don't really see the need of streaming for like more than 4 hours or more than 5 hours at least. You know, I don't know. It's just me. It's just me. And this is Free Talk Friday. I'm gonna do some shitty takes, and that's a guarantee. Definitely some shitty takes. You know, typical Ryu Shinden fashion. I do actually have some shitty takes. If you're new here, I have definitely shitty takes, and if you wanted some shitty uninformed takes, I'm your man. I'm your man. You know, I'm your man. So it's just for me. By the way, by the size of my audience in the meantime, by the size of my audience currently, uh, I don't really see the need or the want, actually, to stream for more than 4 hours because I think 4 hours is like the sweet spot. This very very sweet spot, and most probably the only reason why I would stream a little bit longer is because maybe I'm running a subathon, or there are people, you know, people that there are more people that are watching my content that it warrants me to stay a little bit longer than the usual, you know. So I don't know. I'm not really sure. Again, I'm not sure if this is like the right way because there are many times that I have like shot myself in the foot when it comes to content creation and whatnot, promoting myself and whatnot. But yeah, I'm not really sure if what I'm doing is actually correct. So if you know any better, if you know better things than me, please go ahead and let me know. I would be so happy to get some advice where, you know, from more experienced people or content creators, because I always feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot, and it's mainly because I know the main reasons why that's the case is because I'm just doing this because I wanted to, you know. I'm basically doing this just for fun, and if I were to blow up, I will blow up, you know. If I blow up, I blow up. That's it. I'm not I'm not really that. I don't know if desperate is the right word, but I'm not really, you know, pressuring myself on getting famous or getting more people to tune in, or whatnot, or getting, you know, getting to that influencer status. Because I'm just doing this just for fun. The more that I pressure, okay, here's the thing though. The more that I pressure myself on, I feel like the more that I pressure myself on making sure that people watch me, making sure that as as many people would watch me, as many as possible. I know it's confusing. If I pressure myself to go to great lengths for as many people to watch me as possible, the more I realize that I'm losing my goal, or I'm losing the reason why I stream, and it's because I just wanted to do this. I just wanted to do this, just at least at least once. And I feel like the more that I pressure myself, the more that I lose sight of what is the reason why I wanted to do this in the first place, which is just doing this because I just wanted to try it, you know, and it's just for fun. Streaming is something that I really wanted to do for quite a while, but I was never able to do it. Um, First because of uh, financial constraints, like financial circumstances. I don't have before I way before I actually don't have like a decent, like we're talking about like decent computer or laptop that can handle the strain of the streams of streaming in general. I did have some laptops before. I did have a desktop before, but they're cheap. They're dirt cheap shit that can only do like basic internet browsing and nothing else. That's what I had before. The laptops I had before, because I don't really have that much money, are just good for like you know browsing, and that's it. And I also believe it or not, we are we're actually so poor that our internet connection, we heavily rely on mobile data instead of like wired internet access, because of how we cannot afford to have wired internet connection be added to our monthly expenses. Which is, now I realize in hindsight, we're actually paying more for mobile internet than wired internet, or postpaid internet access, now that I think about it. Because at least with fixed internet access, with postpaid internet, we're just paying like a fixed amount. But with mobile internet, from I cannot really calculate it right now. But I would bet that if I calculated how much we spend on data internet access every month, it will exceed what we actually pay for with postpaid internet now, even now. But yeah, that's also one of the main reasons I wasn't able to stream that time. I was able to watch streams, but I was never able to stream myself. And that is something that I really wanted to try out, is streaming, you know. And also the third reason why is I don't know how to start with the fact that I don't want to show myself on camera. I don't know how to start streaming without the pressure of showing myself on a camera, because before, and I was this naive before, I was this stupid before that. Before I thought that if you wanted to be like a streamer, you have to show your face on camera, because that's what everybody does. And I was like, I don't really like the pressure of showing myself on camera if I were to stream, because I'm not good looking, and this is not me being humble. This is not me being down to earth. This is not even me having self-esteem issues, which I do, which I actually do. This is me telling the truth, right? Without even showing my face. This is me being very, very truthful and very, very candid. Uh, that I don't really look that good, literally. You know, I look average at best, and actually, average is good looking, and I'm not even that. I'm not just. I don't. My face doesn't really register that well on the camera, I would say. Uh, I'm that ugly. That is why. That is why it's so fascinating. Like recently, the hashtag VTubers IRL is trending on Twitter, and a lot of VTubers have been showing their actual faces. Um, and I believe this stemmed on that one tweet wherein like someone uh asked the question if VTubers are somehow catfishing their viewers if they show their real face on camera and realize that they look so different. They look so different IRL compared to their VTuber models. Um I think there is this one VTuber wherein uh apparently allegedly, okay, I'm not sure if this is true, and I'm not here to judge anyone, judge anyone's opinions about this, okay? I'm just telling what I just noticed, okay? Um, there is this one VTuber where she posted her actual what she actually looks like on Twitter. Apparently, that VTuber uh, used a model that is thinner, let's say thinner or slimmer than what she looks like IRL. Now the thing is that same VTuber also actually modified or changed or updated her models to look um, a little bit closer to her actual body build IRL. And I also saw uh, I'm not sure about this, but I also saw someone commenting about another VTuber that is using a model that is white skinned, although in real life they are black skinned. So this sparked like this whole discussion about VTubers and their IRL selves, and it seems this one Twitter account uh, asked a very controversial question if VTubers are catfishing their audience by using a model that doesn't look like them or doesn't have the same features as them. And this it is a very interesting discussion, to say at least. It is a very interesting topic, at least, because it's so fascinating that people. I would say it's so fascinating because people are just inserting all of these political stuff into this where it shouldn't be. And again, this is coming from someone, which is me, that doesn't want to talk about anything about politics. As a matter of fact, one of the rules, the main rules of my Twitch channel, or my Twitch stream, if you can, scroll down below if you can, is I hate political talks. I don't like political talking about politics, and this stream is not ever will be a political stream. We will not talk about politics here. I don't care if you accuse me of being apolitical, because I am, and I don't care if you accuse me of fence sitting, because I don't care about anything political. I do not want to comment about them. I don't want to discuss about anything about politics. I might say some things about politics, but that is just to prove a point and not because I wanted to talk about it. I don't want to hear anyone about me being accusing me of things because I am apolitical, or my stance about politics is I don't want to talk about it. I don't want any people to, accuse me of blah 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 this and blah 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 that, because I don't want to talk about politics, because that is the main rule of my stream is this is not a political stream. All right. So anyway, going back, it's just so fascinating because it's something, it's about something that shouldn't really be political in the first place, you know, which is VTubing. Because as far as I remember, the whole idea about VTubing is you're playing a character. Okay, immersion break, immersion break, immersion break, immersion break, immersion break, incoming immersion break. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, from my understanding, the whole idea about VTubing is you're playing as you're playing as a character, which is your VTuber persona, and that is what you present on your stream, a VTuber persona. Uh, Although it is completely your choice if you wanted to be yourself as a VTuber, or if you wanted to portray a character as a VTuber. But the whole idea is you're presenting something or someone else on camera to represent you, or you're playing as someone else. You're basically a voice actor, technically as a voice actor and a role player, and you voice act and role play your VTuber character on stream, right? That is, as far as I know, as far as I remember, the whole idea about VTubing. And it's so fascinating that people would accuse other people of catfishing only because they don't look like their VTuber models. And for me, it's so confusing though, because isn't the whole idea of VTubing is playing your VTuber character? Isn't the whole idea of VTubing is presenting someone else as your character, representing you as a streamer, or playing as a character on stream completely? Isn't that the point? So why are people like questioning VTubers that look completely different from what they look like on in real life? Why is it an issue? Why is it catfishing though? Is it catfishing? Because the whole idea, okay, from my understanding, the whole idea of catfishing is you pretend to be someone else, mostly for malicious reasons, mostly to deceive someone and trick someone into thinking that you are that person. You know, that's what catfishing is for me. All right, to get them to do what you wanted, because for some reason you cannot show your real self, so you pretend as someone else to get someone to do something for you, right? And it's basically deceiving someone. That's what I understand about catfishing. But VTubing is basically role playing as your VTuber character, or using a VTuber character to represent yourself on stream. That's what my understanding of what a VTuber is. And to accuse someone of like catfishing because they are larger than their VTuber model or has a different skin color than their VTuber model, it's kind of I don't get it. I just don't get it. I just don't get why is it such a big issue with people, with some people, you know? If you wanted to play as a VTuber who is slimmer than you than in real life, then go for it. Because you're not really deceiving anyone, because that's the whole idea about being a VTuber, right? Is to play as someone different than you. You know, I wouldn't imagine that if you're like if someone that is playing as a demon VTuber, that there are also a demon. There's also they also have to be a demon in real life with horns and wings and a tail. Because if they're not, they're catfishing their audience. What? What? Huh? It's not. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. And I'm not really. And again, it's really funny to me that this is even a discussion. It shouldn't even be a discussion. You know, if people wanted to portray a mermaid, mechanoid mermaid from planet Venus that has 3,000 armies to follow them, and it's just that they wanted to try VTubing because they don't have all day to to fight. They're not fighting the the dinosaur empire from planet Pluto all the time, and they already have all of these free time. They're not doing anything, so they started VTubing. Then have at it. Let people do that. You know, okay. That particular tweet that I'm talking about, I think I remember that the Twitter account owner that posted it as a question, which is something that, why do you even ask this? This is not something that should be a discussion. This is something that should not be a question. You know, just let people play the characters that they wanted to play as. It's so weird. It's so funny that this is even a discussion. If that VTuber, if that streamer wanted to play as a VTuber that is slimmer than what they are in real life, then let them, because it's their character, not yours. If a if a male streamer wanted to play as a female VTuber and changing their voice, then let them, because it's their character, and that's what they wanted to portray as. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, if if you if some people think that these people are deceiving their audiences, what for? For them to get, like, you know, get more famous? It doesn't even matter, actually. It doesn't even matter. You know, as long as they're not deceiving people on a level of maliciousness, then so be it. Let them play the characters that they wanted to play as VTubers. As long as they're not hurting people, you know? Deception is like deception is has to be done maliciously, for it to be wrong. And if you're pretending as someone while doing it because you're not really doing it maliciously, you're doing it because you just wanted to, just wanted to, because you're more comfortable doing it than doing it this way. So if, for example, you're a male VTuber and it's more comfortable for you to portray, if you're a male streamer that wanted to be a VTuber, and you feel it's more comfortable for you to portray as a female VTuber character, then so be it. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't fault people on that. Don't call them catfishers. It's not even a discussion. Even it's not even a. It doesn't even count as a discussion that needs to be discussed. You just let them play whatever VTuber character they want, because that's the point of VTubing. We don't, again, immersion break warning. Again, we don't want to portray, we don't want to show ourselves as ourselves in terms of some aspects, like how we look, you know. That is why we don't want. It's basically we VTubers, most of us actually, or at least in my case, there are some aspects of me that I don't want to show on stream, such as how I look. That is why we chose VTubing, you know. And it this is not even a discussion. It should be a discussion that someone is playing as a VTuber character that is somewhat different from what they look like IRL. Because isn't that the point of VTubing? You know, to show something to the audience, something different from what you actually what you actually are in real life. And hey, welcome, Underwhelmed Unicorn. Thank you for watching. And they said here it's an entertaining factor. It reminds me of the whole K-pop things where they have to apologize to the fans for having boyfriends. Uh, it's okay. I actually agree with this. Definitely agree with this. It's an entertaining factor. Definitely. It's called okay. I'm gonna use wrestling terms here because it's so funny that I also see VTubers as I also see some aspects of VTubing. Uh, I can compare them to some aspects of pro wrestling in terms of like playing a character. Uh, it's all about keeping the kayfabe, right? So that's why I really agree with you, Underwhelmed Unicorn. It also is it's an entertaining factor as well. But what I'm trying to say is if that if someone wanted to play as a VTuber character that is different from what they look like in real life, it shouldn't even be a discussion anymore. It shouldn't even really be a discussion in the first place. Because that's the whole thing about VTubing is most of us at least for me, the main reason why we wanted to be a VTuber is because there are some aspects of our real us that we don't want to show on stream. All right, for various reasons actually. But the whole idea is we are playing as a character. We are playing as a character, a VTuber character that is, that we wanted to show on stream. While some VTubers would actually, you know, play as themselves on stream while using a VTuber model, which applies to me in some aspects. There are also VTubers that wanted to pretend to be that VTuber character. They're playing up as their VTuber character. And if they look different in real life, why does it even matter? You know, I think people should more people should understand why this is, you know, is it worth appeasing the degenerates is the question. Well, that's the thing though. Degenerates would be a staple. Degenerates would be a constant, you know. I think what I wanted to point out here is why are people even questioning the fact that there are VTubers that look totally different from their VTuber models, which is doesn't which is something that should not be even a discussion in the first place when it comes to VTubing. That is what I wanted to ask people. Why? Why is it a problem? I think okay, one of the reasons I can think of, I guess, is the immersion break. You know, I think some people would just really some audience, some part of the audience are really into the idea of immersion, and I would assume that will be the assumption, assuming the assumption. But yeah, I think one of the reasons why I can think of at the top of my head, one of the reasons why this is even a discussion for some people is immersion. I think some people just have a harder time compared to other people to just having a hard time um, dealing with immersion breaks. You know, it's so fascinating because it also kind of relates with the whole idol thing. As you said, underwhelmed. Comparing it to K-pop, it's so funny that I would also compare this to Japanese idols and the idol culture, which is also the one of the things that is also permeated into VTubing as well. The fact that some people, have a very hard time accepting immersion breaks in breaking fantasies, and I think that's one of the reasons why this is a discussion for some people because of the whole immersion breaking thing. People just have like just freaks out, I guess, whenever something breaks their immersion. But anyway, what I wanted to say is this shouldn't be a discussion in the first place. Let VTubers play the characters that they wanted to play. That's basically it. It's not about catfishing. It shouldn't even be catfishing. And the idea of being sounds like a stupid excuse to me. What excuse? The one that I said about immersion breaking? Oh yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. I'm not again. I'm not. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be weird or mean. But you gotta admit that there are people like that. There are people that it is very very important to them to keep the illusion. To keep the immersion. And you will be seeing this time and time again with a lot of fandoms, especially idol fandom. You know, keeping the illusion and keeping the fantasy is very important to them. That's why you see literally see idols shaving their heads in apology because they have been seen with a man. You know, because there are people out there that their whole they will be devastated if the illusion breaks in front of them. And you just gotta admit that there will be people like that. Sometimes it's worth being confrontational. Sometimes people are just uh yeah. I mean, again, I don't want to be mean or weird, but yeah. I don't want to be confrontational because I don't agree with you, blah blah blah. Uh, Sometimes I do be I do some confrontations, but not really that frequent. But yeah, going back, it's I think it's the whole idea of immersion of uh how devastating it is for some people for their emotions to be broken, for their immersion to be broken. That's why this is even a discussion, which it shouldn't really be. And again, the whole point of this is let people play what they wanted to play as. Let VTubers be what they wanted to be as a VTuber. All right. If they wanted to pray, if they wanted to portray a dragon robot AI uh, demon angel hybrid from Mars that is a leader of a faction that was on war against the people of the center of the Milky Way, and since they are not fighting all the time, they're using their free time to be a VTuber because they found VTubing on Earth is fascinating. Let them be, while being a human behind behind the live 2D model. Let them be, let them be, because that's the whole idea of VTubing. It's basically portraying a character that is not you, but basically role playing. Self-sacrifice is part of life. Sometimes you have to stand up on of the principle and say "f you" for being an idiot. Uh, yeah, definitely. Seems to have to come down. Just okay. Let me check. Let me check. Are we good? Are we go? Are we good? I'm still okay. It's up again. Yeah, we may have some hiccups. We may have some hiccups. I'm sorry about that, but it should be up now. I just checked. All right. Sorry about that, but just refresh if it goes down for you. But thank you for letting me know underwhelmed because I don't know sometimes because sometimes my OBS would show it's green, but I don't know if it's like up or down. But anyway, thank you for that, unicorn. But anyway, yeah, I definitely would agree because sometimes I do that. Sometimes I tell people that they're stupid and whatnot. But as much as possible, I wanted to also see like the other side. I wanted to see the other side of the discussion and know why they have such an opinion. But I would also agree that sometimes there are some discussions, there are some topics that shouldn't even really be a discussion in the first place, but people wanted to, exasperate the idea, or blow up something that shouldn't even really be a discussion in the first place because it's common sense. But yeah, VTubing is something that VTubing and the idea of VTubers catfishing their audience because they look very different from what they are IRL is something that you know shouldn't even be a discussion. But yeah. But anyway, speaking of Twitter, speaking of Twitter, I want to talk about something else about Twitter, uh, which is a topic that has been trending quite recently, which is apparently. A lot of people are thinking that Twitter is dying, and again, this is something that is also quite fascinating to discuss because I see a lot of people that are already assuming that Twitter is dying, all right, and it will you know be down or not usable anytime now because of what has been happening. Now, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, what platform would people be migrating to? Actually, we're gonna get into that. You're gonna get into that because that's one of the points that I wanted to discuss about Twitter dying is the alternatives, all right? Or actually lack thereof of alternatives of, uh, that people can go to. And the reason why I believe that there's no alternative than what Twitter is. And I'm gonna expound on that later why I think it is. But basically what has been happening, there's a lot of people that are saying that Twitter is dying and Twitter will die at any second and it will go down at any second, and now people are like, I don't know, panicking about going to other platforms and whatever, using another platform, or searching for alternatives to Twitter, especially for people that are relying on Twitter, uh, such as me, for getting an audience, getting people to know my content, or whatever I'm doing as a content creator. Uh, some of them are using Twitter for business as well, um, which does garner a lot of concern from people that are relying on Twitter for their livelihood and whatnot. Referring to Elon Musk takeover, heard he was laying off thousands of employees. Okay, from my understanding and from my quick research, all right, my quick research. Again, I might be wrong, so feel free to correct me. It is from my understanding that, okay, so from the timeline that I understood, Elon bought Twitter, right? That's common knowledge at this point. Elon bought Twitter, and from what I heard or what I researched, he fired a lot of employees, and I mean a lot. We're talking about like tens of thousands of employees are laid off, um, all of a sudden, ever since the takeover, and after that, it seems like that a lot of people are also resigning from Twitter, and that includes the head engineers, from what I understand. Might have been overstaffed though. Actually, that's actually something that I see as the main reason why. Because you see, your who is speaking right now is a salaryman. But in office, I wouldn't I wouldn't give out my company name and whatnot, where I work for, where I work, or who I work for. But let's just say that my company also involves with some IT work as well. All right, and I actually have quite the ample experience to say to people that this is definitely due to overstaffing and not anything else. All right. But anyway, going back, from what I understand, Elon Musk laid off a lot of people, and after that, a lot of people also resigned. I'm not really sure if it is due to the layoffs or it is for something else, whatever. Uh, but a lot of people also resigned. That is including the head engineers at Twitter. That you know look I have, from what I understand, look for bugs or vulnerabilities in the system, or to basically keep the service running or whatever, which is also something that I wanted to explain further, that people is getting wrong, about how Twitter works, or how something on an online infrastructure or relies on online infrastructure like Twitter works, um, in the most layman of terms, I will explain it later um, why the heads of engineering at Twitter doesn't mean Twitter is going down, or be gone from the internet. It doesn't mean that. It's not equal to that. But that's what has been happening, and again, a lot of people are very concerned and now finding alternatives or asking people for alternatives uh, for Twitter. All right, and I want to discuss a lot of things from the perspective of someone that has a background with IT, but not really deep into not really deep into it, I would say. Uh, but I kind of have some experience with office work and how staffing works. All right. But first, I'm gonna head off. You have a good one. Thank you so much, Underwhelmed. Thank you so much for joining me. See you later. See you in the next stream. Thank you. Have a good one. So anyway, what I wanted to discuss is the fact that I believe that Twitter will not die, at least not yet, and why it is so funny that people are comparing it to what happened to MySpace, which is a totally different thing. It's a totally different thing. And I'm gonna explain it in a way from experience from someone that actually has a MySpace account before. Because I did have a MySpace account before, and this is way before Facebook even existed. Right? This is way before. I was using MySpace mainly before Facebook, and I am not using Facebook anymore as well. Uh, so let's just say that I'm old enough to have a MySpace account and to know what really happened to MySpace before, at least in my perspective on why it it is not as popular as it used to be. Because believe it or not, there is still MySpace. MySpace still exists, kinda as a social media platform, kinda, but they are obviously now focused on music and musical artists and whatnot. Which is I'm not really sure if they are going doing good on that even or not. But anyway, I definitely believe that Twitter will not die, at least not right away, because there's a lot of factors that contributes on Twitter still existing, um, even in all of this, And if Twitter will die, we still have a lot of us still have time to look for alternatives, but I would say that looking for alternatives will be very, very, very hard because of what Twitter is, basically. But anyway, Twitter would not die right away, I believe, because of the way Twitter is structured when it comes to maintaining itself. A lot of people should realize that the head engineers of Twitter are not the one who runs things and keeps Twitter going. The head engineers of Twitter, their main job, from what I understand, and from my opinion, their main job is to deal with problems with Twitter uh that will be a problem for Twitter probably 2 or 3 years from now. That's their main job, is to look for any vulnerabilities or secure issues with Twitter's online infrastructure that will pop out 1 or 2 years from now or 3 years from now. What they do is to think of long-term solutions, not short-term emergencies. All right. I don't know how Twitter works in an online infrastructure in detail, but if I were if I were uh, if I were to put my on Twitter's shoes, if I to put myself on Twitter's shoes and how Twitter works as an online infrastructure and how the engineers designed it to be is uh I'm pretty sure Twitter is works independently, you know, without the need of engineers looking on it 24/7. I would bet I would bet my left nutsack that Twitter should work even without manual supervision because that's how it should be. And that's how the engineers would have designed it, so that even if the current head engineers at Twitter are to, resign or relieve themselves from duty, I'm pretty sure that there are already measures in place to keep the service running even without those engineers, because of how Twitter is programmed, without the need of manual supervision. I'm not really sure if how long it will last, but the whole idea is Twitter won't be down right away. Okay? And even if the head engineers would go out, I'm pretty sure Elon would find some ways to hire in new engineers to take care of the system. But the whole idea is those engineers are not there because they are there to fix short-term emergencies or emergencies that pops out um, all of a sudden. Although they do know how to do that, that's not their main job. Their main job is to think of long-term solutions to keep Twitter running for 2, 3, 4 years and beyond. That's their main job. So Twitter won't die right away, as people. I think it's so funny that people are now panicking as if Twitter will be down like tomorrow or anytime now. No, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. Because one perfect example is MySpace. It's still running. It's still running while no one is using MySpace, but if you look up MySpace right now, if you go to myspace.com, the website is still there. Want to know why? Because that website is designed to be there for many years. And while there are engineers that are maintaining the website, doesn't mean that those engineers would be there 24/7, or they have to look out for the website 24/7. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that the website runs autonomously, and the only time that the engineers will be involved in any capacity is if for some reason the website goes down or someone hacked it. But that is something that not even head engineers are needed for. They could hire like part-time engineers or software engineers to do that right away. Or they even already have like engineers that are not resigned yet that can do that same task. Or they can hire people right away from, let's say, another company right away. That's the whole idea about it. So Twitter won't go down that easily, at least not right away. It will take a lot of factors for Twitter to actually go down completely. And it's so funny that people compare it to MySpace and what happened to MySpace. Because what happened to MySpace, basically the whole reason why it's irrelevant anymore, it's irrelevant nowadays is because of competition, because of Twitter, actually, because of Twitter, and not just only Twitter, it's also because of Facebook and other websites that are just you know eating MySpace whole, especially Facebook. Because you know what, Facebook was famous back then, for younger people. Back then, it was famous for younger people. You know what's funny? Facebook is really popular here in the Philippines. Even younger people use them. I actually have Facebook, and the whole reason why I have Facebook is that's the only way I can communicate with my family, because most of my family uses Facebook. Um, that's the only reason why I have Facebook right now. But Facebook still exists. But the whole idea of the whole reason why MySpace actually uh, is now unpopular, is now not as popular as it is before, is because of competition. And you know what? Twitter doesn't have a competition. That is why a lot of people are now panicking. I think that's the reason why a lot of people are now panicking, is because Twitter technically doesn't have a competition. And the main reason why MySpace went down is because of competition. Or there are stronger competitors out there, especially Facebook, that is the main reason why, well, or at least one of the main reasons why MySpace went down. Now, a lot of people will think also that Twitter will go down because of Elon Musk's decisions, but I would say that it would take several decisions before Twitter goes down. It will take a lot of bad decisions before Twitter goes down. You want to know why? Because people still rely on it. People, a lot of people still have Twitter accounts, and it will take a ginormous decision, a set of decisions before Twitter goes down. I would dare say that even if Twitter Blue is implemented, the paid service with Twitter, even if that's implemented, a lot of people would still use Twitter, because there's not much competition out there. This is the reason why I believe that the Twitter wouldn't really go down that right away, because people still use it, and there's not much competitions out there. You know, that is why a lot of people are now panicking on where would they go? Would they go to Instagram? Would they go to Facebook? Would they go to Tumblr? This is the reason why Twitter won't die right away unless the site itself goes down, which is something also that is highly unlikely as well. The site wouldn't go down right away. I believe it with all my heart that Twitter won't go down right away in terms of the website itself and the functionality of the website, because it's not designed to be to the Twitter's website is not designed, and Twitter's infrastructure is not designed to be that way. If it will go down, it will go down gradually, you know. But I think the only way that Twitter would go down is if its audience, if its users would migrate completely to another website, which is exactly the same thing that happened with MySpace. I literally remember where MySpace when MySpace started to really be unpopular. I literally remembered because I can literally remember the time that I signed up for a Facebook account because a lot of my friends and a lot of my family are now starting to use MySpace, especially friends, right? I remember during that time that someone introduced me to Facebook uh, because MySpace and even Friendster back then, which is again also Friendster is something that I wanted to point out as an example because you see the way that Friendster went down uh, is through competition as well. A lot of people migrated to Facebook uh, because Facebook offered a lot of features. From my understanding, Facebook offered a lot of features that people that Friendster doesn't have. Although Friendster also offered a lot of features that Facebook doesn't have. Facebook is basically a lot cleaner and a lot more sleeker. But anyway, it's also competition, which is the reason why Friendster went down. And what happened to Friendster is actually also very gradual. Although Friendster went down completely, uh, unlike MySpace, Friendster took quite a while. It actually took quite a while before it went down. But again, it's all because of competition. Not because of laying down employees, not because of Elon Musk, not because of that. It's always competition. And that is the main reason why I don't believe Twitter would go down right away, and I don't believe Twitter would die right away because what's unique about Twitter is it doesn't have any competition, which is actually, I believe, the main reasons why MySpace and Friendster died eventually is because of competition. And if there isn't a competition out there that would outcompete Friendster, I'm sorry, outcompete Twitter, Twitter wouldn't die right away. I guess even if the Twitter website would go down, Twitter wouldn't die right away. A lot of people would still prefer Twitter. And in terms of the overstaffing, I did mention earlier that I will actually say something about overstaffing. It's so funny that a lot of people are concerned about the 85,000 people that Elon Musk laid off from Twitter. One thing you have to understand that those 85,000 people most probably are contractors in third-party companies that works with Twitter in terms of um partnership. They are not Twitter employees, they are Twitter contractors. And this is actually something that is quite normal in most companies. As a matter of fact, I was actually also a I also experienced this type of like business decision recently, very recently myself. I'm not saying that I work for Twitter. I'm not saying that. I do not work for Twitter. I have no working relations with Twitter. I have no employment relations with Twitter. But I did actually experienced something very similar. Well, not really very similar, but somewhat similar with what happened to Twitter laying off some of its employees, which is people should understand that it is not Twitter employees that was laid off. It is Twitter contractors that laid off. I'm pretty sure those 85,000 people that were laid off from Twitter are contractual employees or third party contractors that are not even working directly under Twitter. Because you gotta understand that there are also companies out there that works under a different company as some sort of like a partnership or contract work. So for example, and this is me speaking from experience because I also have this type of work before. So for example, if you are, let's say, an employee, you work under this company, you'll eventually learn that this company, their job is to look for other companies to work with or to work under, and they would use us, the employees, and lend us to that other company to work to for them. But we're not under that company that we're working under, the company that our company has been scouted or has scouted. We're still working with our parent company, but our parent company is working with another company, and that other company uses us employees for whatever they wanted us to do, like let's say content moderation, which is I'm pretty sure those 85,000 people that were laid off are at least a big percent of those 85,000 people that were laid off, a big percentage of those are content moderators for Twitter. Like moderating content, dealing with reports, dealing with reports of like terms of service violation, dealing with management as well. Some of them would probably even be involved with payroll with Twitter employees and whatnot. So various jobs. That doesn't mean that they are hired by Twitter directly. They just work for Twitter on a contractual basis or a third party basis. So that's why even if you lay off those 85,000 employees, that doesn't mean that those employees would not have a job. I'm pretty sure that a large percentage of those 85,000 are just relegated to, let's say, another project. Let's say for another website or another platform. Maybe let's say around 1,000 to 2,000 employees from that 85,000 that were laid off were just relegated somewhere else. Let's say Facebook for content moderation. So maybe some of those employees are like, uh, what you call it, are like doing other work for other websites besides Twitter. You know, layoffs are concerning. Layoffs are concerning by the definition. You know, because a lot of people would think that, oh, those people that were laid off, they don't have a job anymore and it's the pandemic, blah blah blah. No. That's how it works. That's how it works. I mean, we'll never know. Maybe even before Elon bought Twitter, there have been some layoffs already on Twitter, and we will never know. Maybe it's more than 85,000. I'm pretty sure that this is like to mitigate overstaffing, you know, just to mitigate overstaffing, because I think Elon at some point during his takeover with Twitter realized that we're overstaffed. We don't really need this much people for this business or for things to keep running. You know, this is a something that would that any manager or any CEO would do. This is not something surprising. And again, not this doesn't mean that Twitter will go down right away. No, no, it's not that. Again, Twitter would take a really long while before it dies because it's not only this that will kill Twitter. There will be a lot of events and decisions that would kill Twitter. And with the state of Twitter right now, especially right now, now that we are in an age wherein people are more involved online than before, because you know back then, even though internet is a thing, the internet is a thing already. Um, even way back then, um, websites come and go. Websites come and go, no matter how big or small they are. They come and go, and you don't really see a lot of people panic about it as much as now. It's because while the internet is a thing back then, not a lot of people, well, a lot of people are involved with it, but not as much as this. Wherein a lot of people are involved now, because uh, the user base, the size of the user base Twitter has currently. But if this happens, let's say around maybe around early 2000s or early 2010s or whatnot, you know, let's say around 2010 to 2015, or let's say around 2005 to 2010, if this happened back then, this wouldn't be an issue. Wouldn't be an issue as big as this, because the websites back then come and go. I think the only reason why this is big news is because a lot of people are a lot of people are relying on Twitter now more than any other websites. And although those other websites that went down, those other famous websites that went down, like Facebook and Friendster, I'm sorry, MySpace, excuse me, MySpace and Friendster. The main factor on those websites is they had competition, and although they have a huge user base, that user base is not as vocal as this one. Because even though you have MySpace back then, even though you have Friendster back then, from what I remember, most of them are like for personal profiles and not as much as business profiles where people like make money off of like having an account and use the platform for like their business and whatnot. Because believe me or not, back then, from what I remember, when I have a Friendster account, and this is how old I am, believe me, this is how old I am. I have a Friendster account, and mainly I would see other Friendster profiles. I would see them as personal profiles, and I believe that it is only when Facebook existed and Facebook had an idea of pages for like celebrities or whatnot, that they started to just started to have business profiles pop out on social media platforms. And that's the and that's what Friendster and MySpace are back in the day. Back in the day, although there are celebrities that have MySpace accounts, it doesn't mean that they rely on it for like as their lifeblood of their business. There it's just there for like interaction purposes and whatnot. Not unlike Twitter right now, wherein a lot of people are relying on Twitter as some sort of a lifeblood for their business. This is why a lot of people are now concerned about Twitter, and this is also why I would think that Twitter wouldn't go down that easily. Is because a lot of people are relying on it, and there's no other alternative that can offer what Twitter does currently, which is the size of audience. And the difference between how people use Twitter now to how people used MySpace and Friendster before. So I guess all in all, what I can say is, if you are someone that is concerned about Twitter going down and where you want it to go, I would say that relax. What I can say is relax. Don't panic. Twitter wouldn't go down that easily because there's a lot of factors that should be involved before it goes down. It's not gonna go down easily by design, by 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 reason or by design. Basically, it wouldn't go down. At least not easily, not as easy as people would think. It's just so funny to think that that Twitter would go down in any day now and whatnot. No, no, it wouldn't work that way. At least it wouldn't work that way. How it would work is it will slowly and gradually will go down, but it will take a long while. And the way to speed up that process is if people would be able to look for an alternative, which is something that honestly there are no competitors to Twitter right now. Honestly, honestly speaking, even if there's Tumblr, Instagram, or even Facebook, there is nothing like Twitter because of what Twitter did over the years, which is ease of access, ease of use, and whatnot. That attracted so many people, and over time, it built such a magnanimous user base that people are now relying on it for being seen, you know, especially for business because of how big the user base is. And as long as that user base stays big, Twitter wouldn't die right away. And people shouldn't panic on searching for alternatives. And even if there's like an alternative, it wouldn't be as easy to bring down Twitter. It wouldn't be as easy as other websites before did. Because back then everything was different in terms of like social media. And as a matter of fact, social media back then was something new, something really really new back then as an idea for the internet. Because guess what? If you're 40 and above, you don't have Friendster back then. If you're 40 or 50 and above, you don't even know what Friendster is back then. Now nowadays, if you're 40, 50 above, you have a Facebook account. That's the difference about it back then and now. Back then, if you're over 40, 50, 60 above, you don't know what even MySpace is or what Friendster is or even Internet Explorer is. Most of people of that age don't even know how to use the internet, right? Although there are some old people that would use internet back then, but those old people are like tech savvy. And I would bet I would bet my left nut that a lot of people back then are not even tech savvy and don't even know the existence of Friendster or Facebook or MySpace is. But today, nowadays, it's different because a lot of people, even old people, knows how to use Twitter, knows what Twitter is, and has a Twitter account. It's just so different now. So comparing it to MySpace and Friendster is something that is not really a very bright idea. It's not really a very bright opinion for me because it's so different back then. So for any of you that are panicking on searching for an alternative for Twitter, don't panic. Don't panic. And if you're searching for an alternative for Twitter, um, YouTube exists. There's already a community tab for YouTube. Tumblr is something of a niche, so I wouldn't really recommend that. If I were to recommend any alternatives, it will be YouTube. Because guess what? YouTube is one of the biggest search engines in the planet because of Google. And if there is something that is an alternative for Twitter, YouTube is, I would see, as the biggest competitor for Twitter. I see it as a very very big competitor. Want to know why? Layman's terms, a lot of old people knows what YouTube is. Even my grandma that is so like 70, that cannot even use a touch screen phone knows what YouTube is. Uh, and she watches on it sometimes, although you have to teach her how to use the phone, or or guide her on a computer to go to youtube.com. but she knows YouTube. She knows YouTube. She knows what YouTube is and what it is for, which is watching videos. Well, I think if there is something that is a very big competitor to Twitter, it will be YouTube, definitely. However, you don't really have to panic. You don't really have to like scramble for alternatives in the meantime, because it would take a really long while before Twitter goes down and goes out of business because of its users, you know. So yeah, that's what I can say about Twitter. Sorry, I've been rambling a lot. Been rambling a lot. I've been rambling a lot of nonsense. But that's what I think of Twitter. Twitter would not die, and don't compare it to MySpace and Friendster because guess what? I have a Friendster and a MySpace account, and I know what happened back then. I am that old to have a Friendster and a MySpace account. I am that old. It's just that a lot of people are just exasperating what has been happening with Twitter lately when it comes to uh the decisions that has been made lately for Twitter in terms of its services and whatnot. Uh, and also Twitter Blue. Twitter Blue is something that unpopular opinion. Twitter Blue is something that is I think it's a bright idea business wise. Twitter Blue is a bright idea business wise because guess what? One of the things that Twitter Blue does is to let you tweet longer, which is something that something you know. Ever since I use Twitter a little bit more frequently than before, I always think that one of the stupidest things that Twitter does is to limit people on how much characters they can type. You know, because it's just so stupid. This is something that with our current technology, this is something that shouldn't even exist anymore. The fact that you only have like a few characters that you can use to tweet. This is something that is archaic for me. You want to know why? Because the whole idea of only having limited characters for you to type something that you wanted to say came from fucking texting, like texting, you know. Because the whole idea, okay, give you like some grandpa story and shit. Um, the whole idea about texting and why is it you can only type limited characters on a text message, and I'm talking about text over mobile connection, you know, telephone connection. All right. The whole idea about it is the only reason why you cannot text beyond the limited set of number of characters while you're texting is because of mobile connection. You know, and the fact that you can only send a limited amount of data signal over radio waves to a receiver such as a cell tower, right? It kind of works like telegram, right? Kind of works like telegram. You can only send like a limited amount of characters through radio waves or like telephone lines because that's the way it is. That's how limited our technology is before. Um, that is the reason why you can only text so much before you are either build an extra amount to type another set of, like, let's say 250 characters, uh, because of technological limitations. That's actually the main reason why, even, that that we're only able to type a limited amount of characters. And Twitter having that is something that I always find so not really intelligent, because, one, Twitter is working off internet and not cell phone data. So you can literally type, longer, while there is while they can impose a certain, like, text limit. It's not 250, because 250 characters only applies to text messages over, what you call it, over cellular data, or telephone wires, because of the technology. It's not because of, like, an inherent business decision. And Twitter making characters limited is a business decision. It's not, you know, it's not a technological limitation. That is why I find it really, funny that they do that. And that's basically, yeah, that's basically what I can say about Twitter. Twitter's not gonna die. Twitter's not gonna die. Not right away. Don't panic. And it's not really wise to panic right away, or something that shouldn't really happen right away. So, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. Just a little teensy tiny 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 break, and once I come back, we're gonna talk some more. So just stay tuned. Don't go away. All right, I'm back. Just took a little peep and got me some water because I have been talking a lot. And what else? What else should we do? Oh, I kind of almost forgot actually. Kind of almost forgot to talk about this. So basically, I forgot to talk about what has been happening to me lately. What happened to me like a couple of days ago, or a couple of streams ago, actually. Um, I have been sick. I've been sick. I've been sick. It's just like a little bit of a cold. I'm okay now. I'm fully okay now. But I there are actually two reasons why I decided not to stream for a couple of streams. First one is I got sick. I am better now. Just a little bit of like some cold and headache and a runny nose, and I felt like I cannot stream because I'm not 100%, and I was like coughing. I even still clear my throat, but it's not COVID. It's not COVID. It's just like a regular cold. Luckily, it's not COVID, so I'm perfectly fine. Just just some sniffles, some cold, and some cough, but nothing too serious. I'm already okay now after a couple of days. Just 3 days rest. Luckily, it was not flu, so I'm okay, perfectly fine. Um, and another reason for that is that other one. Well, because of that, I felt that I don't really like to stream, and that's the thing about me. I've seen a lot of streamers. Even some of them I really really admire for the fact that even if they are sick, even if they don't really feel good or whatnot, they stream, and I really really love those streamers. I admire a lot of streamers that do that. To do that they are still streaming even if they are not 100%, or even if they're not feeling good, or even if literally have like a chronic or even a debilitating disease. They still stream because they love to stream and whatnot. But me, I am the kind of person that if I don't feel 100%, I wouldn't stream because I guess it's because again it throws me off guard. It throws me off focus. When I stream, I wanted to be 100%. I wanted it to be when I am 100%, when I am at like my fullest potential, as they say, and that is if I can even go beyond that. Sometimes, but most of the time, I would only really stream if I am 100%, and if I don't really feel well, like in terms of like physically or even mentally, I don't stream because I don't want to push myself into like those situations where I just force myself to do it. Because again, this is again I am just streaming because I wanted to do it. This is something that I wanted to do just for fun, and not because it's my job or whatever. Well, at least it not in the meantime. But I don't really want to stream if I'm not 100%. If I'm not, at my fullest potential. That is why I really, really commend those streamers and especially VTubers that are willing to stream even if they don't feel well. And I really envy them because I'm the kind of person that if I know I wouldn't be able to function 100%, I wouldn't do it because I will feel out of focus. I will feel even guilty of myself that I'm trying to do this if I'm not on top shape. And I feel like I also feel guilty about that. That's what I do. And I know that there are like other streamers out there that would say otherwise, that would stream even if they don't feel well. But it's just that that is why I didn't stream. Although I was starting to feel better a couple of days ago. I still decided not to stream because I don't feel 100%. I don't feel on my top shape. And I guess I get again, this is something that wouldn't work for everyone, and this is something that I think is correct either. But what I wanted to say is, it is perfectly fine to not push yourself, you know, or it is perfectly fine to choose situations wherein to see if you'll be able to be at your top performance or not. And it is perfectly fine to not do something just because you feel that you will not be able to give your fullest onto that activity, because I have seen a lot of people that push themselves even though they know that they will be able to give their everything, their best. I've seen a lot. I've seen also some people that are those, and again, it is very commendable, but that doesn't mean it is also wrong to stop if you feel that you cannot do this. You'll not be able to do something, especially if you're not being able to do something at your best. Because I also believe that if you're doing something, um, even if you will not be able to do it properly, at least try your best. At least try your best. It may not be perfect. You might be stumbling or even crawling, making mistakes along the way, but at least you did, and you did your best for the best of what you can do at your top performance, at your prime, that is. And I always wanted to be at my prime whenever I streamed. So that's why preface to for those who are following this stream. I just wanted to let you know, and wanted to be like honest with you guys that um there will be some times, there will be some moments, there will be some days wherein I would just say I don't I will not be able to stream. Um there will be some of those days where I will tell you guys that I don't want to stream because I don't want to. I am not in a good mood, or I'm not in a good state of mind, or state of mood to be able to stream, and I don't want to show that on stream because it's embarrassing and it wouldn't look good. So that's why I don't want to stream on this particular day, and I guess I'll just go ahead and make up, for the next stream. I think it's also not wrong to say to people that you just don't want to do this thing because you don't feel that you'll be able to do it at your best. It is okay to only do things when you feel that you will be able to do them at your best. It is okay to say or to stop or say no, you know, especially if you're just doing it for fun. I guess a lot of people, especially when they start to, rely on this for their livelihood, um, I think a lot of people that I notice are berating themselves, pushing themselves when they cannot push anymore. They know they cannot push anymore, all because they needed to do this because it's their livelihood and whatnot. And I understand that. I definitely understand those situations, but that doesn't mean that you deny yourself of the right or the privilege to just stop and rest and just come back whenever you're ready. I think it is very important to step back, take care of yourselves. You know, it is perfectly fine. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't push yourself to the point that you cannot perform that well because you insisted on doing it even though you're not at your best, at your tip top shape with whatever you have. Because again, I also have seen other people, especially content creators and VTubers, that even if they have even if they have like conditions or diseases that are very, very demanding and very taxing on their body, whenever they exert effort, they would still do it because they wanted to do it. But I've also seen people that have the same situations, but they're pushing themselves to the point that they're not, they're clearly not be able to do it at their best, and they're clearly not at their best during that time, but they're still doing it because they, either wanted to do it, they're especially if they're forced to do it because this is something that they rely on. You know, you always need to have some time to take the step back and say, I don't want to do it this day because I don't feel well, or I don't want to do it this day because I don't feel 100%. That's perfectly fine. You know, people won't fault you for that, and if someone will fault you for that, they are stupid. They are dumb. That is the dumbest opinion, and that is the dumbest take that they can that 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 there is, because no one can actually force you to do things if you know for yourself that you will be able to perform that well. I've seen a lot of people, especially in the corporate world, actually, where I belong, where they push themselves so hard, even though they don't feel good already, they don't feel well already. Push themselves because they either wanted to prove someone or something to everyone, or they wanted to, get more money, or they wanted to outcompete someone, you know, or they just wanted to like abuse their body, whatever. It's not healthy, you know, especially with the corporate world. That is why I'm always sad that there is a culture in Japan, of overworking. The overworking culture, in countries like Japan is so sad because it's too late technically because of the culture Japan has when it comes to working hard, which is commendable at some cases, but not so commendable in other places as well, in other aspects. Um, that even though your body is just breaking, you overwork and overwork, either because you rely on it, or you you are forced to do it by culture, by social norms, especially if it is the social norm. That is why there's a lot of like work related suicides, in Japan. It even has like the word for it, or the term of it. I forgot the term, so let me know what the term is. But uh there's a lot of like there's a lot of work related suicides in Japan because of that, because of the now social norm and culture of overworking. And if you're staying late, staying overtime at your office, you are seen as someone very productive and whatnot, blah blah blah. Which is ironically what happened. Actually, is something that has also happened to me uh, last just recently. I think I already mentioned this story briefly, but there is this one point a couple of months ago or a few months ago that I would have to work double shifts for a whole straight week. You know, which is fine for me. The reason why it's fine for me is first, this is something that doesn't happen ever. You know, doesn't happen ever. Um, and second, it was fine for me because I work at home. I work from home, and I actually mentioned this on my with my manager, with my office manager, my boss, that if this happened while we are still in office, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take the offer to work double shifts for one straight week. I wouldn't take it because it will make me insane. But since I am working at home, so essentially, even if I work like extended amounts of and extended hours, even if I work double shifts every day for a week, I wouldn't really mind because I'm already at home and I can pretty much, if I wanted to relax, I can relax because I'm already at home. I don't need to like commute every day, don't need to worry about that. Uh, a lot of comforts are in my home already, so I am okay with pulling off like insane hours of work during that week. And the main reason why we had to do it is because of like being understaffed for a brief amount of time, like a week, because of various circumstances, which I perfectly understood back then. That was we just don't have any choice but to like fight it out, do double shifts uh, for a straight week because we don't really have anyone to cover for our time. So to cover for like workload, so that's why we have to do it. So I just thought, well, it's more money in my pocket, so why not? Well, that's why I was able to buy a lot of things, especially things that I am now eventually use for streaming, is because of that. I was able to get enough money to buy some equipment and whatnot. So that's why I was able to do it. But that's why I kind of saw it as like the blessing of disguise. But if this happened before pandemic, where I am still working in the office, I said to my manager that I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I hate working overtime. I hate working overtime. I originally hate working overtime. That's the thing. So this is me trying something out because this doesn't happen. No, overtime offer for a whole straight week. Now imagine that I will be paid double, actually technically triple because of the overtime pay is higher than my basic pay, and the fact that I will be also covering for like rest days as well is something that I was enticed at. It's more money, you know. I already have like plans on buying things, and this would help me to buy those things without forcing me to use my savings. So that's why I took it, and that's the only reason why. That's the only reason why I took those overtimes. But again, it's so stupid of an idea that over doing overtimes is a sign of you getting productive. And funnily enough, that is actually what happened. Well, they commended me for that technically. Well, air quotes. I'm doing air quotes right now. Commended me for that, for doing that, which is something that one I didn't even ask, and second, uh, something that I don't even wanted to do in the first place, but I was convinced. And third, if I don't do it, I'll get fired. So so that's why I did it, because I don't do it, if I don't do it, they would fire me for not or insubordination because I declined a direct instruction from my supervisor, my manager. So yeah, I kind of need to do it. But yeah, overworking is something that is very sad. And going back to what I'm saying about streaming, I do commend streamers that are pulling insane hours on streaming, especially if they rely on streaming for their livelihood. I think it is also very important to know when to step back and just relax and just take your time resting up and recharging. And also knowing if you are at your 100% or not. There's nothing wrong with not doing something if you feel that you are not 100%. Do not force yourself because you're keeping up a schedule, or people will get mad at you for not streaming on this particular day, because at the end of the day it's still your stream and you still decide when to stream and when not to stream, you know. Although I know that there are streamers out there that loves their fans, that loves their audience and whatnot, but it is also, as a viewer also, me as a viewer, I even don't mind if someone wouldn't stream at this particular day because, I don't control them. And a lot of streamers are very concerned that their audiences will get mad and will not follow them anymore if they don't stream. Which is kind of a stupid way of thinking. Kind of a not really so intelligent way of thinking. This is from my viewer's perspective because there are viewers like me that wouldn't even mind if you don't stream on this particular day, especially if you're not feeling well. Because me or us as an audience, as a viewer, we would rather see you at your top shape, at your best condition, at your best mood, and stream, rather than see you streaming and be in a bad mood or not feeling well, because that will be very, very awkward. That will be very awkward. That will be very sad. We would just rather have you offline and rest up than to stream. Okay, so that's why also my philosophy, my way of streaming as a VTuber is I would only stream if I feel like it. If I am 100%, I will not push myself if I don't feel like it or if I don't feel that I am at my top shape. Um, and hey, yo, be crazy. Welcome back. How's it going? How's your week? Welcome back, and thank you for dropping by. I was just talking about VTubing as well. Good, good, good to know. Um, and going back, as I mentioned, if you don't feel like streaming, coming from as a streamer, or coming from a viewer, actually, or an audience perspective, coming this is me as a viewer, as an audience. Even way before I stream, I watch a lot of streamers as an audience, and I interacted with streamers as an audience. Um, as an audience and as a viewer, don't listen to other people telling you that, oh, if you're not gonna stream on this particular day, your audience would blah blah would leave you, blah blah blah. People are humans are creatures of a habit, blah blah blah. They wouldn't follow you if you don't stream this particular day, blah blah blah. That's that's fine. Don't listen to it. Don't mind it. If you're not feeling good on this particular day, even not physically, even mentally or emotionally, you're not feeling good. You're not at your best. You're not at your top condition. Don't stream. Do not stream. Just rest up, recharge. Take a step back. Do some other things. Play some games privately. You don't have to stream it. Just play some games privately, like I do. I don't stream. I don't stream them, but I do play other games, just because I wanted to play them privately. Uh, just play games. Just relax. And that's just be just go back whenever you feel a lot better. You feel 100%, even 200%. Make it 200%. Uh, just be be on your best condition once you get back on stream. And it doesn't matter if you don't stream for like a week. A week would be healthy. A week would be healthy if you want. Okay, if you're insisting of like keeping up your numbers or maintaining your numbers in terms of your audience, uh, a week would be healthy for a break. A week will be healthy for a break. For a break where you don't really go outside or go to another place or another country, a week would be a healthy length of a break if you really need to. But other people saying that you will lose audience if you don't stream, for a long amounts of time is kind of unreasonable. And this is me speaking as a Twitch viewer or as a streamer viewer or as a content creator viewer or enjoyer, because most likely I would have already subscribed or followed you. So if you do stream, we will be notified. And second, I would have followed you on Twitter if I really like your content. I would have followed you on Twitter and see your post there, and would know if you'll be able to go live or if you don't feel like it. Doesn't really matter. If your audience really loves you or likes you, they would stay there no matter what. And no matter how long of a vacation that you wanted to do, it's perfectly fine. You can take that long vacation and your audience will still be there. There will be people that would like walk away and not follow you anymore, but I would think that that's like a very very small percentage of people that would do that. If people really like your content or whatever they're doing, they would stay no matter how long you take a break for. Because if your audience really loves you, um, they would think of your well-being first before whatever you put out as content. You know, I suddenly remembered someone that I used to follow a lot as a content creator, and they basically what basically happened is their career kind of you know kind of went downhill because of like several issues, actually numerous issues. uh I think I'm not really sure if you guys know Spoonie, the Spoonie one, or Spoonie Bard as he calls himself sometimes. Spoonie Experiment. Yeah, not Spoonie one, Spoonie Experiment. No, no Antweiler is very active on Twitter, very active, and I think a lot of people still know him. I used to follow him a lot. Um, from my understanding, what basically happened? No, you don't. Uh, I made four new avatars since last time. Oh, congratulations! Good job on making those four avatars. And no, I don't. Yeah, I think some people wouldn't really know Spoonie. Uh, yeah, Spoonie Experiment, but he's very very popular back then. Way back then. We're talking about like early 2010s. Uh, he's basically on the era where creators like Angry Video Game Nerd, Nostalgia Critic, especially Nostalgia Critic because he's like in the same group of content creators as under him. Um, but Spoonie is someone that is very famous before, but his career went downhill, like so downhill, which is a shame because he's really a very very good content creator in terms of like the content that he used to make before. And I remember watching him for so long, but his career went downhill for numerous reasons. And basically, one of the main reasons, one of the main reasons, because there are numerous reasons on what happened, but one of them is because of his mental state, his emotional state. At least from what he, mentioned. One of the things that he mentioned is about his mental state. He isn't content creation for him is something that he is not on a proper mental state to make, and that's why that's that's one of the reasons that he stated on why he stopped. But there are actually several reasons. But this but what's the frustrating part about us fans about it, what made us frustrated as people that followed him, is the fact that he said it way later, way way later, when people are now where people when people way later, we're talking about years later, when people are now questioning him on where are our Patreon pledges coming, are, are being used for, because we're putting in like hundreds of dollars every month for your Patreon, and you're not doing anything, you're not doing any content, even just even Patreon content, you're not doing it. And you promised these perks when you made us sign up for your Patreon. You're not doing this. Why? And he was like silent and even combative. That's the sad thing. He was combative during that time when people questioned him on whatever he's doing, whatever he was doing, and the reason, whatever reason why he was not making content anymore. And it is only like years later when he himself stated that he was not at the mental, the proper mental space, or the proper mental or emotional condition, to make videos anymore. And he kind of, well, he's not really blaming other people, but uh he kind of stated that there are people that made him do that, or at least that's what I understood. There's also other people that made him decide to not make videos. But the whole idea is he's someone that I followed, and a lot of people questioned him about why he is not making content anymore. And the main reason people are frustrated is because it is only years later where he came out and stated the reason why he wasn't making anything anymore. Instead of like telling people that, hey, I don't feel good anymore, I don't enjoy this anymore, so that's why I'll be stopping. And that's what people made angry, and that's what uh, the reason why people got frustrated about what he did, is he didn't tell it sooner. So it even sounded like a just a scapegoat, or to justify his decisions on why he's not making content anymore, that he promised to a lot of people. He promised. So what I'm trying to say is, if you are feeling something that you're not in the proper headspace to make content for people, to entertain people, that's perfectly fine, as long as you tell your audience, or as long as you tell people that follows you, that you are in this state right now and you need to rest up and recharge. Because believe me, if people really love what you do, people would allow you to rest up. People would allow you to take your time to rest up and relax and recharge. Whatever you wanted, whatever you needed to do to be able to get back to streaming at your best, because we as an audience, we would rather see you at your best than see you at your worst when you try to entertain people and you cannot. That's a very that's very unentertaining. So that's why I mentioned earlier that there might be some days and there might be some times that I would say that I don't feel well. I don't feel like streaming. Uh, I don't feel like streaming because I don't feel 100%. Even if I don't feel something physically, but mentally and emotionally, I don't feel like streaming, I would say it on Twitter. I would say it. I would not fake it. I would not fake it. And I would even not push myself into streaming when I know for myself that I don't feel fine. I don't feel okay. Even if this, even if streaming is something that I rely on for my livelihood, that doesn't mean that I would be pushing myself and pushing myself on days that I cannot push myself, because that's when it starts to get unhealthy. That it starts to get, demanding, and just not feel good. Is if you're just pushing and forcing yourself to do something because of, of because you need to, or whatnot. And that is something that I would admit, that is something that I also feel whenever I work IRL. Whenever I work in real life, sometimes there are days that I just don't feel well, but I need to work because if I don't work, I don't have money. I will lose a lot of things if I don't work. That's why I work, and that is something that I already suffer. So that's why when it comes to streaming, I don't want to do that either with streaming, especially if this is something that I just do for fun. So don't push yourself. Take time to relax. You don't have to stream if you don't feel like it, just to keep an audience or just to keep yourself afloat when it comes to like finances and whatnot. And I mean, if you are at that point that you already rely on streaming for your living expenses, I'm pretty sure that you did that because you already earn enough, more than enough even, to make streaming as your livelihood. I always believe that. I always believe that if you reach the point wherein you're now relying on streaming for your livelihood, I'm pretty sure that you made that decision because you are already at that point where streaming gives you enough to support your livelihood and more even. I think that I don't I don't think that people would be stupid enough to do like to make streaming their livelihood if they don't earn anything on streaming. That because that is just stupid. That is just like a dumb move. No matter how you look at it, that is just a dumb move. If you're streaming and you already rely on it for your livelihood, that's a dumb move. Now, if you're streaming currently and you're now relying on it for your living expenses, that only means that you already reached that point of streaming wherein streaming already gives you like a monetary payment, a monetary payroll for you to be able to support your life, your living expenses, and even more. That you don't even have to have like a 9 to 5 job outside of streaming. But if streaming is something that you overly rely right ahead, even if you don't earn any money for it, that's just a dumb move. And I hope people wouldn't do that. So what I'm trying to say is, if you are in a point where streaming actually pays for your living expenses, I'm pretty sure you already have the right to actually rest up and relax, even for just a week. Or you already have like the privilege to actually not stream on days where you don't feel like it, because you know, even if you don't stream for like 1 or 2 days, or even a month, even, or even a year, you would have enough. You would have enough money now to cover for that. I don't believe I wouldn't I would never ever believe that if you stop streaming you will die. Um, if you rely on this for living expenses, because I'm pretty sure that you are now earning enough money to cover for your living expenses and more through streaming. If you get, I don't know, I don't know how to say it in a more simpler terms. But yeah, just rest up. So that's a tangent. That is a tangent. So okay, actually, what else we can do here? I mentioned earlier that I wanted to react on some. Oh, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of my latest obsessions. My latest obsessions is I have been obsessed with a game called Stalker. Um, it's basically a first-person shooter survival game. It is set in an alternate Russia, alternate universe Russia. So basically, the whole plot, or at least from what I understood so far, is you are a stalker. Basically, you are some sort of a scavenger in an alternate world, Russia. Uh, wherein the Chernobyl disaster still happened, but what happened is different from the real world history of what happened to Chernobyl. Basically, um, a nuclear explosion happened in Russia, and it made this it decimated the land basically. And instead of just like nuclear radiation, or instead of instead of just nuclear radiation and that's it, what happened is there are also some other things that happened alongside that, such as mutated animals and spooky things called anomalies, where spooky things happen, like people floating in the air, um, fire spitting out of the ground, or uh, let's say cars and vehicles electrocuting you for some reason, and also mutated animals and even humans. So basically, it's Fallout but worse. It's Fallout but way worse, and it's set like on an alternate world, Russia, specifically Chernobyl, from what I understand. Um, and there's now like these other stories of like psychic connections, and wish granting machines and blah blah blah. But basically, the whole idea about Stalker is um it is a survival game. And what I mean by survival is a survival game wherein everything is stacked against you. It is a very, very hard game from what I experienced so far. So for example, if someone, let's say a mutant, swipes you by a claw with its claws, you will not only lose health, you will also bleed. And when you bleed, there's also a chance that you will not be able to use your arms, one of your arms, or one of your legs. So let's say that one of your legs is busted. You will not be able to walk. You will be limping. And most of all, you'll be losing health while you sprint because one of your legs is limping. Now, in some other games, you would think that, hey, I'll just have a health potion or a health pack or whatever, and it will heal up. Easy peasy. In Stalker, you will get health items that heals you right away, mean, but it doesn't mean that it will heal you completely. There is a chance that the healing that you just gained will also be taken away because what you did is only a first aid, and first aid is only meant to mitigate um, the effects of the injury from that time. So besides on getting a first aid, you would also need a post heal, what they call in the game, which is taking meds like ibuprofen, fentanyl, or whatever. Now the problem with those post heals, well, you need those post heals to be able to heal up completely permanently because the first aid only heals you temporarily during the time duration, and once that temporary effect is gone, it's already gone. The health that you gained will be taken away from you because it's only meant as first aid while you are, let's say, in a gunfight, which is also something that I wanted to discuss earlier later. But anyway, you would need post heals because it is the only way for you to be healed completely permanently. And the bad thing about post healing items, such as taking meds, taking drugs, like drug tablets and whatnot, painkillers and whatnot, is they have a corresponding side effect. For example, if you take like ibuprofen, I think, from what I remember, it will make you dizzy. It will make you so dizzy that your camera sways left to right, left to right, and you would sometimes your vision would blur. Sometimes you would feel sleepy because of the side effects of the drug. And these type of drugs you don't use while you're in a gunfight because it will make you dizzy. It will not. It will mess up your aim and whatnot. So it's not a good time. But it's very very realistic because the whole idea about Stalker is it's so realistic that everything is just stacked against you, and you need to manage. You need to manage your health realistically, almost realistically. You need to also manage your hunger, your sleep, and your thirst. You would also have to manage your carrying capacity because you only have like limited carrying capacity. Um, you will also need to you to manage your sanity because there's a sanity meter in Stalker, or a psi meter as they call it, because you'll be uh can be attacked with psychological attacks or psychic attacks, right? Rather, so it's so bonkers because of how hard it is, how very hard it is, and uh, and ironically, I have been enjoying it because of the fact that it's so brutal. It's so unfair. Because one thing about okay, another thing about Stalker is in most first-person shooters, you are quite powerful in a sense because it will take several hits for you to go down, or but at the same time the enemy also has to be shot several times for it to die, for them to die. In Stalker, the thing is you can shoot someone twice with a buckshot shotgun, but that also means they will be able to shoot you twice with a buckshot shotgun, even with the armor. Well, actually, with an armor, because if you don't have any armor, people can just one shot you and you're dead. Which is realistic. If someone shot you with, let's say, a shotgun point blank, you would be dead. Um, if you have armor, there is a chance that you will still be alive, but it will be very very hard for you to move around. You know, and that's what's realistic about Stalker. And all of these anomalies that will just come to get you. Sometimes you're most of them are invisible, and there's only like telltale signs that they are there. Like someone would flicker, something would flicker on this part of the terrain, or like you see this like somewhat in. invisible, not invisible thing floating around. Uh, and these anomalies will fuck you up. They will fuck you up real good. And uh it's so fascinating to play, and I am obsessed with it for quite a while now. And I've been playing it off stream because of it. I might play it on stream at some point. Um, but I need to like play a lot of games as well before that. So uh yeah, if you and the awesome thing about Stalker is this is a 10-year+ old game. It's a very old game from an indie developer, from what I understand. Um, and they released this game with so many bugs and so many glitches because it's using an ancient engine at this point, an ancient game engine that is not even optimized in the first place. Um, but the concept of the game made people love it. And the thing is, the version of Stalker that I'm playing right now is Stalker Gamma. And the whole idea about it is a mod pack basically that introduces or a lot of extra content, and at the same time also fixes a lot of issues with the base game. And there are three games in the Stalker series. Uh, there are three games in the Stalker series, and there is this one mod wherein all of those three games are combined into one single game. Uh, because they all take place in the same areas basically, and that is already a mod by itself. But the version that I'm playing right now is also a mod pack that has fixed that mod and enhanced a lot of things on that mod and added new things as well that is unique with this mod pack that I'm playing right now, which is Stalker Gamma. You can look it up, Stalker Gamma. And the good thing about it, it is free. It is completely free. The game itself is for free, and the mod pack itself is for free. And it is constantly being updated, especially now that a lot of people are now starting to play Stalker for some reason. Um, it's probably because of the announcement of Stalker 2 that is about to be released like in a few years. I think next year. A lot of people got curious on Stalker, and a lot of people are now playing it right now more than ever because of that announcement. And people just got curious, including me. So that's why I'm obsessed with this game, and maybe I will play it um sometimes around the stream. Now, my current issue about the game is with my current playthrough, um, I'm still at the beginning stages. Actually, I'm still a newbie. I'm still on the beginning missions, and I was trying to save up to repair some guns because one thing about this mod pack is you will not be able to buy guns from traders, not even armor. Guns that you will get it through people that you kill, people that you loot, and people that you kill for loot. That's the only way that you will be able to get new guns and stronger guns. And the thing is, most of these guns are busted or unusable. Most of these guns are unusable, so you would need to repair them. And there's like this comprehensive method of repairing guns and armor in this game, and to make it as realistic and as immersive as possible. So like you need a lot of toolkits, a lot of like materials for it. You have to also replace the materials. You have to also repair each material, each part of the gun. Like let's say the trigger mechanism, the the what you call it, the magazine holder, the trigger, the compensator, blah blah blah. All of those can be repaired and replaced by their own, and put in on a gun that is compatible with them. So it's like whole this whole thing, this whole comprehensive thing with guns, and It's so confusing. And my issue is I don't have any good guns, so I'm trying to save up to repair the guns that I looted. Um, my current issue is I have this mission wherein I am escorting two rookies to a spot where we can kill some mutants. Okay, but I also had a mission to kill a bandit as well, to kill a specific bandit as a bounty, so I can get more money and possibly stashes for new items. Um, I decided to get those two rookies and get them to accompany me to this bandit hideout where I killed the bandit, right? And his buddies. And during the gunfight, I accidentally killed one of those rookies by mistake because believe me, there's nothing to indicate right away if you are shooting a friend or foe in this game because this is how realistic it is. Uh, I accidentally shot one of them, and I decided to go back to the rookie village where I came from because I finished the mission. I killed I killed the bandit already, and I was able to accompany what remains of my entourage, the other rookie, and get him back to the village. And all of a sudden, all of the dudes in the village are now shooting at me for some reason, and I didn't realize that I actually shot one of the rookies that I that I am with by accident. So that's why they're now shooting at me because they think I'm a traitor and whatnot. And that's my issue right now because I have a lot of items in that village, and I hate shooting people in that village because they are my buddies. they I have become friends with them, and the last thing that I wanted to happen is them shooting at me because I accidentally shot one one dude that I don't even know. So that's my problem. And yeah, I will be playing a lot of it more off stream when I have some time. And maybe I would play it on stream, maybe on a fresh save, so you guys can see it. But in the meantime, I would need to finish a lot of things, especially Castlevania. So yeah. What else? Uh, okay, so it's time now to actually react to one of these. Oh, I stopped the music. What the hell? Sorry about that. I stopped the music while I was talking. Again, this is me not checking on things. So we're gonna watch something. I wanted to watch something here, just a single video, and see whether I can react to it. It's a video about Kamen Rider that I meant to watch for quite a while now. I've seen this for quite a while ago, and I wanted to watch this because it's fascinating to see. I actually watched something with this YouTuber before and reacted to it before. Um, and I wanted to watch it again. Just give me one moment here. Let's see if boop, and capture. Let's see if this would even show up. Oop, I was hiding it. Okay, so let me move this around. So this is, does Kamen Rider Black deserve the hype? So for your Tokusatsu fans out there, I came across this video, which is interesting to react as a Tokusatsu fan. Because if you don't know, I am a Tokusatsu fan, which means I'm also a Kamen Rider fan. And Kamen Rider Black is something that is close to my heart, especially the fact that I watched the new adaptation or the new version or the remake rather of Kamen Rider Black, which is Kamen Rider Black Sun. And Kamen Rider Black is one of those first Kamen Riders that I watched when I was young. and it is something that is near and dear to my heart. And this is actually a very interesting video to react this because it does ask a very interesting question of if Kamen Rider Black deserved the hype. I'm gonna give some opinions later, but let me watch this first and see what it's all about. And see what is what is up with this video. So go ahead and turn off the music here, and let's see.
Kamen Rider Black Sun recently dropped on Amazon Prime. It's a 10-episode web series with an insanely talented cast and crew behind it. Its lead actor, Hidetoshi Nishijima, was most recently in the Academy Award-winning Drive My Car, as well as Shin Ultraman. Kazuya Shiraishi, the director, has received 2 Best Director nominations at the Japanese Academy Awards for his Yakuza films. Special effects director Kiyotaka Taguchi has become a modern Toku favorite for his involvement in recent Ultra shows like Ultraman Z. And Shinji Higuchi, the concept artist, needs no introduction. Plus, in case you didn't know,
Okay, so I read somewhere that the director himself, the director, um, isn't really familiar with how tokusatsu films work and doesn't really have like that much experience with filming tokusatsu. So he hired the other guy, this guy. He hired
Taguchi has become a modern Toku
this guy.
favorite for his Yakuza films. Special effects director Kiyotaka Taguchi
Yeah, he hired Taguchi.
has become a modern Toku favorite for his involvement in recent Ultra shows like Ultraman Z. And Shinji Higuchi, the concept artist, needs
Yeah, and Shinji Higuchi, he also hired this guy to to um to help him film Kamen Rider Black Sun because the main director, he doesn't really have any experiences with filming tokusatsu shows or tokusatsu films even. So he asked for help for these two directors to give him like some ideas and pointers and to help him like film um this remake of Kamen Rider Black Sun. I think that contributes heavily, so much heavily with how Kamen Rider Black Sun looks and feels compared to even other remakes like Amazon's um in terms of like cinematography and how the casting, the the mood, the lighting, even the story. Um, while there are like some tokusatsu isms there still present because still essentially it's still a tokusatsu film by the end of the day, you will definitely see a lot of influences from other genres of film through Black Sun. We'll actually do a fuller review of Kamen Rider Black Sun once I'm able to finish the whole series. But yeah, that's what I feel basically.
no introduction. Plus, in case you didn't know, Black Sun is one of 3 projects including the recently aired Futo-Pi and upcoming Shin Kamen Rider, meant to celebrate 50 years of Kamen Rider. Black Sun is also a reboot to
It's so fascinating though that it's again it's fascinating and no hate for Kamen Rider Double. I really love Double actually. As a matter of fact, there's a tokusatsu. One of those Kamen Rider shows that I actually really love is Kamen Rider Double, and it's funny that I actually didn't like it before, but the more that I watched it, the more that I was like, this is actually a great show. This is actually a great show. Um, but it's still fascinating that all out of all the Kamen Rider shows that should be animated, in my opinion, it's Kamen Rider Double that they decided to animate on this style. Uh, Again, no hate about Kamen Rider Double. No hate about it. It's a very very good show. Kamen Rider Double is a very good show, but it's also fascinating how did they come up with a decision to have Kamen Rider Double of all the Kamen Rider shows have its own anime. And the thing is, it doesn't even it isn't even different from a regular Kamen Rider double episode if you actually watch the anime. While the animation is spectacular, top notch, like 10 out of 10, best animation, great animation. It isn't really different from what I feel. It isn't really different from a normal Kamen Rider double episode that is live action. It isn't even that different. You have the same set of characters, the same technically the same predicament, the same way they deal with things, the same way that Philip and Shelter deal with things, the the same characters that also deals the same way with things like Axel and even who's that girl? The one that has the chancla, the slipper. I forgot her name. God damn it. They're basically the same way. Even the dolphins, the antagonist of the show. They also act kind of the same as the live action series. So basically, it's as if you're seeing just a normal Kamen Rider double episode with the anime, basically, with just spectacular anime, animation. Which is, I think, it's also fascinating to 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 think that of all the Kamen Rider shows that they could have adapted into anime, they chose double because personal opinion, and this is again might be a shitty opinion, especially as a Kamen Rider fan. There are other shows that are way more fascinating to put into anime form than double. I would, for example, would take Ryuki. Ryuki as an anime would be spectacular because I would imagine a lot of scenes that are especially gory, um, when it or disturbing even, that could be like very fascinating to be put in an anime form. Or let's say Kuga, not because Kuga is my top favorite, Well, a part of it is, but Kuga is something that could be very interesting to be put in an anime. Because well, it already has a manga, even a manga sequel, and even a novel. To It is quite fascinating to put it in an anime form. So let's say that uh SIC, there is like an SIC side story. It kind of is like a fan fiction when I think about it, of Kamen Rider Kuga, the first Kuga actually. Um, and they made a whole story about it because of the SIC statue. Uh, and they made a whole story about the origins of Kamen Rider Kuga, the first Kuga, the ancient Kuga. Uh, who 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 battled the Grongi, the main antagonist of the series, and where they come from and whatnot. Now that will be fascinating to be put in an anime form of some sort, uh, or adapted to an anime form because of what happened during that time. That was only told in the novels, and it was only told in a fan fiction level from a company that makes reimaginings of Kamen Rider as statues. So which became canon actually, because of their partnership with Toei and Bandai. But anyway, no hate for Kamen Rider Double, but I wish they could do it with they could do this type of thing with other Kamen Riders as well.
Upcoming Shin Kamen Rider, meant to celebrate 50 years of Kamen Rider. Black Sun is also a reboot to celebrate 35 years of one of the most popular installments in the Kamen Rider series, 1987's Kamen Rider Black. So, in celebration of that, let's...
You know what? Never mind, never mind. I really love Black because this is my
the Kamen Rider
shit back
series,
then.
1987's Kamen Rider...
This is my shit back then. This is my stuff. This is my good shit back then. Well, no, my because okay, and what's fascinating is what's funny is Black is the only Kamen Rider that I watched back then. But back then, in the Philippines, all right, in the Philippines, Kamen Rider Black is very, very popular due to the fact that this is the only Kamen Rider that we watch Filipinos. All right, this is the only Kamen Rider that we're able to watch back then, and nothing else. But what's funny is I think I was the only one I feel in the country, even I would dare say in the country. No other kids know this. No other kids knows this, but I guess I was the only kid in my country that knows other Kamen Riders exist. um and it's all because of playing cards that was a thing back then, like little text cards, text. If you're a Filipino, you know it. We call it text, TEKS. Not text, but text. uh we have these little cards that we like gamble each other, you play, trade with each other. And for some reason, Kamen Rider cards, or text as we call it, that are obviously came from Japan, obviously came here to the Philippines for some reason. And some of them are from Kamen Rider. And I probably was the only kid in my country to realize that there is more than one Kamen Rider besides Black. There are other Kamen Riders. Uh, I even know RX back then. I even know Black RX back then, and I even know that it is a sequel to Kamen Rider Black because of like these little text cards. And a lot of kids didn't believe me when I remembered a lot of friends didn't believe me when I said it. And I was like boasting, or like making shit up. But I was like, no, no, it's true. There are friends of Kamen Rider, of Mask Rider Black. We call it Mask Rider Black here in the Philippines. There are friends of Mask Rider Black, and they help him. Which is ironically because you see the episode wherein Kamen Rider Black was helped by like Showa Riders. There is this specific episode of like a crossover episode. Um, and no shit, even Mask Rider from Saban in the US showed this particular episode. But there is this single episode where there's a crossover from other Kamen Riders that was shown in other countries, in Japan and other countries, but was never shown here in the Philippines. That particular Black episode, Kamen Rider Black episode, was not shown here. So that's why a lot of people don't know that there is a Kamen Rider is not only Black, there are also other Kamen Riders. And I know it. I know that knowledge. I keep that knowledge for myself, and no one believed me. No one believed me. They said I am crazy. They said that I am a fool. But no, I was right.
Black. So, in celebration of that, let's travel back long, long ago to the 20th century and see whether Kamen Rider Black deserves its hype.
Plastic Love. When I get DMCA for this,
It was the mid-80s, and in large part due to the oil crises of the previous decade. The tokusatsu wave kickstarted by Kamen Rider and Return of Ultraman back in 1971 had long since ended. What followed was a sharp decline in the genre's popularity, and for the tokusatsu of that era, the success of 1977 Star Wars led to a shift in focus
60
from the
FPS.
heroics of characters like Ultraman and Kamen Rider to sci-fi and space-themed content like Space Sheriff Gavin, Message from Space, and The War in Space. The theatrical giants of earlier tokusatsu booms, Godzilla and Gamera, were last seen years prior in commercial failures or disappointments. Yes, Godzilla received a big-budgeted reboot in the form of 1984's The Return of Godzilla, but despite it being the second highest-grossing Japanese film of its year, the film fell very short of Toho's commercial expectations, on top of a lukewarm response from fans and critics, leaving the series MIA until the end of the decade. On the television front, minus reruns, the Ultra series vanished for over a decade following the disappointing run of 1980's Ultraman 80, and apart from a 1984 one-off special that suffered from lackluster viewership, Kamen Rider had been absent from TV for almost 6 years. The tokusatsu TV scene was kept alive by properties like Super Sentai and Metal Heroes, which were left to enjoy whatever audience for the genre remained. Anime, which was still running on the highs started by Space Battleship Yamato roughly a decade earlier, would dominate 80s Japanese pop culture, and mecha anime like Six God Combination God Mars and Fang of the Sun Dugrum was at the peak of their popularity. It was in this environment that Toei decided to take a gamble on reintroducing Kamen Rider, but it couldn't be business as usual. The series would need a fresh start. The men leading the charge decided it was time to abandon the continuity tying all the previous installments together and return to the roots of the series itself, with the aid the best of modern technology had to offer. The origins of Toei's desire to reboot Kamen Rider for a new generation can be traced back to 1986's Have You Ever Seen the Kamen Rider, a manga by series creator Shitaro Ishinomori.
And it's not, if you think about it, it's not even like a reboot or something. It's basically like something like, oh god, oh no, my mouse is gone again. Give me one moment here. It's gonna be right back. Okay, there you go. It's weird. My mouse keeps disappearing whenever I switch to something. Okay, moving on. It's actually so fascinating as well because Kamen Rider Black, they tried to make it a reboot. Tried, that is, and you can see it. You can definitely see it in most aspects. You can definitely see it in a lot of aspects that they tried to do a reboot, a reimagining of Kamen Rider Black, Kamen Rider as a series. Um, but it isn't even really a reboot. It's like they just jumbled up things and they just like switch out things a little there, a little over here, you know, made a new design, a more sleeker design, blah blah blah. But if you think about it, it's still even it's technically still the same, technically.
Had doubled as a remake of his original Kamen Rider manga and a proposal for a new show. However, in the long run, it would only be an extremely rough draft of what was to come. Whatever form this new show would take would have to be faithful to the solo Kamen Rider, while also offering something unlike any Kamen Rider show before it. The next step in the project's development was another manga by Ishinomori, Kamen Rider Black, which made its debut in the September 23, 1987 issue of Weekly Shonen Sunday. But despite sharing the name of the show in question, it hardly resembles what hit Japanese TV screens almost 2 weeks later. Instead, it has more in common with Go Nagai's Devilman, or
it's more Devilman than Kamen Rider. It's like the Devilman of Kamen Riders, but not so much. Now, if you at least the manga is that. Well, I haven't really finished the manga, but I did read it. I read some of it. Yeah, it's Devilman Getter ish type of thing than anything else. I think there are some gruesome moments actually in the manga itself. There are very gruesome moments. At least in manga standards during that time, but there are some like really disturbing pages and moments in the Kamen Rider Black manga, the original one. That it's more comparable if you know Super Robot, it's more Getter, compared to Mazinger, or it's more Devilman.
given its hero's grotesque transformations, could also be viewed as a prototype for 1992's Shin Kamen Rider Prologue. In short, the manga was too far removed from series convention up to that point, and needed to be scaled back. So, in order to create something both original and faithful, the creative team came down to several essential elements of Kamen Rider. He's someone who escaped from an evil organization. He's a modified human. He rides a motorcycle. He has a grasshopper motif. And he's a hero of justice.
See what I'm talking about earlier? It's basically they tried to do a reboot, but it's basically essentially the same, but with just different flavoring. They still ran away from the evil organization, Gorgon. He using his powers now for good and justice, being a common rider. He's technically a cyborg. He is literally called a cyborg, a Kaiso Ningen, as well. Um, He's not called a kaijin, unlike the Black Sun uh, series. He's called a kaizuningen still because he is still considered a cyborg, which is also what the Kamen Riders in the past are considered as and called as. And he still rides a motorcycle, and he still has a grasshopper theme. And I think I would dare to say that Kamen Rider Black has more grasshopper than any other grasshopper in the grasshopper themed riders in the Kamen Rider series. I would dare say that.
And with that settled, the project could move forward. Newcomer to Kamen Rider, producer Susuma Yoshikawa, the father of Toei's Metal Hero series, worked alongside Shitaro Ishinomori and writer Shozo Yuhara, who penned many episodes of the early Ultra series, to craft Kamen Rider Black. What they settled on was a show about the suffering and hope of a hero burdened with a harsh destiny, and it was this direction that ultimately defined the show itself.
But you know what? I can say as well, and it also relates to manga. It seems like that that particular theming of a lonely warrior of justice, walking a lonely road of battling with evil in loneliness, a lonely battle for evil, against evil, is something that they carried on in the Kamen Rider Spirits manga, which is something that I also really, really would love to be animated in some form. Whatever theming that they are going for with Kamen Rider Black in terms of like this, they someone well, it's actually someone that made the manga, the Kamen Rider Spirits manga, and not Toei themselves. They were partnering with Toei, but not totally Toei doing it, or Ishinomori doing it. It's somebody else. But they carried on that same theme, basically, in the Kamen Rider Spirits manga. But I believe that I would actually say that this kind of theming goes all the way back to Kamen Rider Stronger. Kamen Rider Stronger has this some sort of theme, but it was like shown at the very last legs of the series, like the very last episodes, wherein just a little bit of a spoiler, just we need tiny bit of a spoiler if you haven't watched Kamen Rider Stronger. But one of the heroes in that series died. I wouldn't say who it is. But it is something or someone really close to the Kamen Rider of that series, Kamen Rider Stronger, or Joe Shigeru. And prior to that, the protagonist, Yoshigeru, Kamen Rider Stronger, said to that individual, which is also a hero, said to her that they don't want he doesn't want her to be a Kamen Rider, because being a Kamen Rider is a lonely road of battle, and what he wanted is for that person to be a normal person, a person, a normal lady, if you will. So you already spoiled on who that is. If you know it. But I wouldn't spoil it further. So someone died on that series. One of the main protagonists actually died in that series, and before that, he said that phrase. So the theming actually kind of goes way back, even with Kamen Rider Stronger, or I would dare say even Kamen Rider, because there's also a point during that series wherein Hongo Takeshi is also questioning himself about being a Kamen Rider and what it really means to be a Kamen Rider, and kind of accepted the fact that he will probably have to do this forever because he essentially cannot die because he's now a cyborg basically. So yeah, it's something that is already a thing.
Kamen Rider Black tells the story of Kotaro Minami, one of two brothers offered up by their father as a sacrifice to Golgum, an ancient evil threatening to consume the world. The young men are altered and given extraordinary powers. However, before Kotaro's transformation is complete, he manages to escape, and as Kamen Rider Black, he dedicates his life to fighting the evils of Golgum while searching for his adoptive brother, Nobuhiko. Kamen Rider Black's ending theme Long, Long Ago, 20th Century, excellently captures the sentiment of its show. It's a somber tune with lyrics which reminisce about how wonderful life used to be. Yes, past tense. Although the show's world seems perfectly fine, thanks to the villains, it's a world constantly on the verge of turning into the dark tomorrow implied by the song. Over 40 years removed from the reign of Nazis, and possibly influenced by the satanic panic gripping the Western world in that decade, Golgum, the antagonist of Kamen Rider Black, are an ancient cult seeking to bring about the end of life as we know it. And in order to do this, they are working to usher in the new creation king, the man destined to make their schemes a reality. The tactics used by Golgum appear to be colored by the issues of the time. They manipulate the institutions governing society, convincing billionaires, scientists, and artists to pledge loyalty in exchange for esteemed positions in their...
Yeah, actually, and that's also what I think what I liked about Gorgum as villains is the fact that their schemes are not something that is cartoonish, although there are some that are quite cartoonish when it comes to like their plans. But most of their plans are involving like manipulation and deception and sometimes even straight up brainwashing of people that are holding power or authority, like billionaires, politicians, even celebrities at one point. I think there's this one episode where they like use a celebrity idol, like a girl idol, to like manipulate people, and brainwash people. But it was done in like such a not so cartoonish way, and it was done in a way that mirrors issues during that time of like celebrity idolatry and how people were obsessed with celebrities and celebrity image, the image of a celebrity. So they kind of used that in, but the way that they portrayed it is not cartoony villain esque, but more realistic to an extent of like this. If some people would have the same abilities and the same mindset of them as them, they could have done the same plans. They could have come up with the same plans realistically, and it would work. Because of how like society itself is already fucked up.
Pending New World Order. And what seems evocative of the backmasking scare of that decade, Golgum uses hidden messages.
Yep, there it is, the idol episode. I remember this shit, and this is like one of my vivid memories about this series when I was young. This particular episode, because of how even for me back then when I was a kid, even though I was a kid back then, when I watched this particular episode, I already understood how fucked up it is because of because of how realistic this is. Even now, that people would just follow someone because they are a celebrity, and they would literally follow them to the point of like getting what they are endorsing, or even thinking the same mindset as them because they idolize the person, even though they already like being tainted by this person in terms of like their ideology and whatnot. They still follow them because they're their idol. And I remember this episode vividly because even back then, this is already a thing that even I as a little kid understand, because I also idolized people back then. But I also heard like I also understood that there are like news and whatnot of celebrities, doing bad things and people defending it because they idolize the person.
In popular music to poison and control the masses, and what is likely a critique on the dizzying economic prosperity Japan was enjoying in that decade. You have moments like this.
Yeah, it's bubble economy as well in Japan during this time. It's literally a bubble era, I think. It's still in the bubble era, I think. Technically still. 87 still in the bubble era.
そんな風に努力もせずに得た富に価値があるんですか？
どんな方法で得ようと富は富。楽をするのがいいに決まって。
This dude, for those of you who are Filipinos as well, this dude You would recognize this dude because he played as a woman in another series, which is Shider. He played the Priestess Ida. Um, in a metal hero show called Shider, and a lot of Filipinos would recognize this dude because he played as a woman on that series. Or so I would remember, or so if I might be wrong, but he looks like that actor. I'm pretty sure he is.
Unlike Shocker, which primarily took people against their will or enabled those who were rotten from the start, Golgum often preys on the vulnerabilities of people in need. In moments of weakness, Golgum tempts otherwise kind people into doing terrible things. They exploit innate human failings or legitimate societal problems like greed, the needs of the lower classes, and gender disparities to rip society asunder and pave a path to hell. Fortunately,
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about what makes Gorgum especially dangerous. Because in other in the earlier shows, you have the evil organizations, but they're cartoonishly evil, to the point that they come up with these ridiculous plans to to terrorize people. Let's say poison the water, or make people eat this particular fruit, so they would get brainwashed, or get to this power station to disable it, blah blah blah. Um, in Kamen Rider Black, they also deal with societal issues, and what Gorgum relies on with their plans is the fact that society is already messed up to the point that they can just manipulate things. They can just like move things here and there, and that's what's good about their villainy is they don't really even have to do anything drastic or would require them, extra effort, because the society already does it for them, and they just have to nudge it to a direction that serves them and serves their goal, which is creation of the Century King, or the Creation King, uh, and nudge the society, because they're already there at that point.
Kotaro Minami, Kamen Rider Black to humans and Black Sun to his enemies, is there to challenge the unforgivable acts of Golgum. Kotaro not only wishes to find his brother, he wants to prevent others from experiencing the loss he has, or save those who already have. Many of these victims are children, and there are a lot of children in this show, though for the most part they're handled tastefully. Again, for the most part.
Yeah, most part. There are, again, as I mentioned earlier, there are still like episodes in Kamen Rider Black that are still cartoonish, because again, they tried to reboot it, but they didn't at the same time. So there are still like remnants of like the older Kamen Rider shows here and there in some episodes. Whoa, 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 whoa! Move the camera to pretend it's it's what?
Kamen Rider Black, the show, manages to be suitable for children, despite the often gloomy atmosphere and at times serious subject matter. Kamen Rider Black, the hero, continues to be someone people, especially children, can look up to and find encouragement to be better than they were yesterday. Kotaro,
Yeah, it's just so okay in terms of, and
especially children,
look at this design though, man. Look at this design of black compared to earlier Kamen Riders, because again, no hate for them. I love Kamen Rider. I love even the Showa Riders, but compared his sleekness to the bulkiness sometimes of earlier Kamen Riders, he's so sleek. It's just like an imposing an individual when it comes to like the suit design, but at the same time it's heroic but sleek.
can look up to and find encouragement to be better than they were yesterday. Kotaro imparts important life lessons as he foils the schemes of Golgum, reminding both the viewer and those he saves that physical strength isn't the only type of strength, that we often mean more to the ones we love than we realize, and that as long as we breathe, there's hope.
涙を拭きたまえ少年戦諸君泣いてる暇などないぞ忘れたのか
They even have like the
君た
Shonen
ちがかつて
Warriors,
味わっ
right?
たと同じ苦しみを今子供たちは味わおうとしているんだ彼の尊い犠牲に報いるためにも一刻も早く子供たちを切りしなくちゃならない違うか
孝太郎さん
And I think like okay, and I think like this guy, Tetsuo Kurata, his name is Tetsuo Kurata, the actor himself. He's Kotaro Minami in the show. And it is actually a very wise decision to hire this guy, to hire this guy as the as Kamen Rider Black, because he's just so heroic. You know, again, no hate for the Showa series, the earlier Showa series, but most of the time, I think for exceptions of like Hongo Takeshi looks really heroic, but the rest of the Kamen Riders aren't really that heroic looking than Hongo Takeshi or Kotaro Minami or Tetsuo Kurata. And so that's why it's really a great choice to pick this pick him as the protagonist because of the way that he looks. You know, this permanent he's not frowning, but you know, he's the determined look, you know. Yeah, he doesn't look like constipated all the time or whatnot, or not even emoting all the time. I think the last one that kind of nailed the role when it comes to the Showa Kamen Riders was Stronger. Yoshigeru, whoever that actor is, I forgot the name of the actor, but whoever acted as Yoshigeru from Kamen Rider Stronger, that one nailed his role because of he nailed the role in terms of like cockiness of the character. He looks very cocky. He looks very sure of himself. Looks brash. That's why he nailed that role. Now with actors like Hongo Takeshi's actor and Kotaro Minami's actor, Black's actor, they look heroic from the way that they just look at people, or just generally look, even if they don't like put effort on it. And that's why I think it's one of the reasons why Tetsuo Kurata was picked for this role, because of this how the way he looks neutrally, but it will still evoke like a man with a strong sense of justice.
Don't let Kotaro's fresh face and often cheery demeanor fool you. He knows a thing or two about loss, about the cruelty of the world, and he conveys all of these emotions well. Kamen Rider fans might be used to seeing younger people lead the series nowadays, with the teenage main characters of shows like Double, Forze, or Dino.
Okay, hot take. Hot take, hot take, hot take, hot take, hot take. All of these dudes, this one, Takeru Sato, is probably the best one that portrayed a Kamen Rider by a lot. It's he deserves all of the recognition he's getting right now in terms of like acting. With other movies like Rurouni Kenshin, because this dude is a phenomenal actor. This dude is like a very good actor. He's not just a pretty face. Honestly, I haven't really watched Force that much. So I wouldn't really make some opinions about this guy. Kamen Rider Double. I like Philip. I like Shotaro, but there are some moments that they over exaggerate things, when it comes to their acting and whatnot. And there are those moments that their facial expressions doesn't really match with the situation. But Takeru Sato, the way that he acts in the way that he differentiates his acting between whenever he switches personalities, or switches, literally his soul. But so it's so good because you can really see the difference between them. And that's why he's so good right now. He's getting a lot of good roles right now.
But Kamen Rider Black's 19-year-old lead actor, Tetsuo Karata, was something new in 1987 and the outcome of a casting call that included thousands of other contestants. 6 or so years of a difference in age compared to his predecessors might not sound like anything important, though it makes a significant difference and adds a greater sense of tragedy to Kotaro's journey. This kid has a lot of pain to endure. Kotaro, in the first episode alone, loses most of his adopted family, his humanity, and is left compelled to fight a one-man war against a supernatural cult, all the while hopelessly searching for his brother, someone last seen at the mercy of Golgum. And unlike the original series, Kamen Rider Black commits to this sense of tragedy. Previous shows had secondary writers and regular allies to contribute to the fight, but Kamen Rider Black has only one true writer, Kotaro, and his allies are limited, especially by the time the show reaches its end. Fortunately, while they may be few in number and not always present, Kotaro does have some support. First there's his adoptive sister, Kayoko, and the girlfriend of his adoptive brother, Katsumi. They keep Kotaro sane and often host the victims or loved ones of the victims while Kotaro fights the good fight. Kotaro initially keeps his struggle hidden from the girls, though they eventually figure it out on their own and readily share the burden of it with them. The loss of Nobuhiko and the threat of Golgum affecting each of them in a different way.
And actually, yeah, what I really love about these two ladies, as characters, is they're not annoying. They're not annoying. When they found out that Kotaro is, Kamen Rider Black, they didn't really stop him. They didn't really, ask a lot of questions about him, about what he does. He just supports. They just supported Kotaro whatever he's doing. And even Kotaro himself, I think in the last episode, or in the very last episodes, wherein Kotaro would instruct instruct these ladies to go away to the U.S., migrate to the U.S. because they don't want to be involved further. Kotaro doesn't want them to be involved further, especially in the final episodes, wherein Shadow Moon is already, Shadow Moon's already walking around. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want the girls to be hurt further, so he instructed them to, migrate into the U.S. and be not involved in this because, he might die, and he doesn't want to, get these girls in harm. And they agreed. They just agreed, although they were sad. Also, Kotaro was sad because these girls helped him as well a lot when it comes to like being support, whether it's moral, emotional, and even physical support and whatever they can. And I really love how their characters does not interfere with whatever Kotaro is doing, and they are like the meaning of supporting someone, kind of almost like that they are the Tobe Tachibana of Hongo Takeshi, because in the original Kamen Rider, Hongo Takeshi has Tobe Tachibana, which is his like this all around support, both morally, emotionally, in some physically, some support in some physical fashion. Although Tobe Tachibana is not a superpowered human being, he supports Hongo Takeshi, and basically these girls are like the Tobe Tachibana for Kotaro Minami. But they're not annoying. They're not, just there to be a comic relief. They're not just there to be someone that just annoys Kotaro. They're just there. They are there for literal support.
Struggle hidden from the girls, though, and the threat of Golgum affecting each of them in a different way. And in one of the various similarities with the original Kamen Rider TV series, Kotaro and the girls operate out of a cafe, much like how Tachibana and his club initially did the same.
Yes.
Kotaro has occasional support on the battlefield as well, and most of it comes in the form of reimagined characters from the original series. There is a new Taki, who, like his predecessor, is a law enforcement agent from the United States.
I recognize this guy.
And there's the Shonen Warriors, a new take on the Kamen Rider Kids Corps, who get to play a more active role. And there's
just
series. There was a new Taki, who
just a just a fun fact. This guy, well, he is. They are the same. Um, this eventually in Kamen Rider Spirits manga, he became a Kamen Rider. But he is kind of as a pseudo Kamen Rider. He isn't like modified or what in his body or whatever. What he did is he wore a motorcycle helmet. Actually, let me look it up. Just give me one moment. Let me see if I can look it up. He became a little bit closer to Skullman, which is something that Ishinomori already also Ishinomori also created. But he kind of made himself a Kamen Rider. Uh, okay, I think I can show this one up. Okay, yeah, he looked like this now. Wait, let me see if I can do it this way. Or maybe I can show this. Only image in a new tab. I'll open image in a new tab, not new link. Okay, he looked like this now. Yeah, so that's that dude, and he's basically a badass because what he did is for him to be able to punch monsters because monsters in the manga itself, they are monsters. They cannot be hurt by like regular means. Um, so what he did to be able to fight the monsters and the creatures in that manga, what he did is he made Knuckles. He created Knuckles like knuckle dusters, and lined it with shotgun shells, so that whenever he punches someone or he punches a creature, it will explode. And that means two things: the part where he punched will explode, but his hands will explode as well along with that. And then that's the thing. He wanted to be able to help the Kamen Riders in whatever he can, and he got so desperate that he created a Kamen Rider for himself, or at least like or one that resembles it, and yeah, he's still a human, like a pure human, but he looks badass. So
His predecessor is a law enforcement agent from the United States, and there's the Shonen Warriors, a new take on the Kamen Rider Kids Corps who get to play a more active role in the fight against the enemies, in addition to being more than meets the eye.
君たちは
心配ありません。私たちはあなたの味方です。体は子供に見えますが、僕たちの年齢は成人に達しています。
まさか
未来のゴルゴム世界を築くため、成長停止剤を飲まされているんです。
yeah,
10
they're
歳の時か
adults.
らこの地底で10年間もモルモット代わりに飼育されてきたんです。
ゴルゴンめなんと恐ろしいことを
But unlike the characters upon which they are based, these new characters are kept to limited appearances. Taki is only seen twice, and the Shonen Warriors thrice. And by the way, there are completely new allies as well. Those include Kotaro's primary bike, Battle Hopper, a
Battle Hopper, Battle Hopper.
self-regenerating
Dude, I wanted to like. I mean, even now, I wanted to have a Battle Hopper. I wanted it so bad. And guess what? One of my friends that cosplays as Kamen Rider Black, he has actually a Kamen Rider Black costume. One of my friends actually made his bike into Battle Hopper because of how he loves the series. It's so good. I've seen it myself. It is so good. That madman made his own bike a Battle Hopper, literally. So, it is so good. So good.
sentient entity that's able to be summoned in the heat of battle. It can also convey its thoughts through movements, lights, and noises in a matter akin to R2-D2 from Star Wars. Kotaro
So
and
cute.
Battlehopper share
It's
a
so cute,
surprisingly
Battlehopper.
effective and wholesome bond.
Battlehopper.
And finally, there's Welkaijin, a Golgum mutant
Ooh,
whose
Kujira.
concern for the environment proves greater than his loyalty to Golgum, and goes on to play an instrumental role in the fight against his former master.
Well, he actually has a bigger role in Black Sun. If you watch the series, he actually has a way bigger role in Black Sun.
Masters. At least half of Kamen Rider Black's runtime is spent on episodic affairs. While it does plant important seeds along the way, most of the episodic fare is front-loaded. But don't rush to the serialized storytelling because 1. The payoff means a lot less without the prior development, and 2. Many of the show's successes lies in its style, which is more apparent and consistent in its earlier episodes. Kamen Rider Black has a richly moody atmosphere, unique to mid to late 80s tokusatsu, inventive fight scenes that involve a great deal of wire work, and Kotaro getting aggressively thrown around, and thoughtful cinematography that complements all of this. Yup, it's an often well-shot show that toys with lighting and smoke to unique effect. Simple things like characters walking through the woods is made to look and feel surreal, and the show loves its flashiness, like the bright colors and optical effects whenever Kamen Rider uses his
Yep, Caesar inducing Kingstone. Caesar inducing Kingstone belt. A lot. If you have like Caesar warning all the way.
belt unleashes the iconic Rider punches and kicks.
I wonder if he will mention about the toy, because there's this toy. Kamen Rider Black belt. But no, it's RX. Is it black as well? But it's black. Whatever. There's this toy wherein it's designed to react to the show itself whenever you're watching Kamen Rider. And what it does is, the reason why it has those flashing
Optical
lights,
effects whenever Kamen
this flashing light,
Right.
like this epilepsy-inducing light. There is this toy that is designed to react to this. Whenever you're watching the show itself, if you put the belt put the belt near the TV, or weld the belt near the TV, the belt would react because it detects this strobing light. And I'm not really sure if it is black or black RX or both. Does it? No, black RX has the remote thing on the wrist. I think it's black. Yeah, it is black. The Kingstone belt from Kamen Rider Black reacts to the show. Whenever Black does this, the strobe lights is being detected by that toy, and that toy reacts to the show.
Rider uses his belt, unleashes the iconic Rider punches and kicks, and his enemies go up in flames. My personal favorite stylish flare is the post-henshin exhaust
Yeah,
from
the
Rider's
exhaust,
fleshy
man.
exposed joint.
We actually have this kind of firework that you like scratch on the ground and it pops. And what we do on that particular firework, the Watusi, is we put it on our hands. And our hands are naturally sweaty because we're playing all day. We put it on our hands and it will start to like it will start to, what you call it? It start to smoke up, but it's not hot. It will just smoke up. In that reaction, we will use it to do like this.
It's often said that God
to do like
flare is the post-henshin exhaust from
to do
Rider's
exactly
fleshy
that.
exposed
To do exactly this and pretend to be black.
joints. It's often said that God is in the details, and Kamen Rider Black has the details in spades. The icing on the cake is the blend of synth, funk, and orchestrated music that makes up Kamen Rider
yes.
Black's soundtrack. It elevates the material and makes for one of my favorite soundtracks in all of tokusatsu. Technically, not everything is aged well, and I doubt it was all amazing even in its own time. Occasionally, seams are visible, or the composites aren't exactly convincing. Still, more than enough works to make the spectacle and presentation largely impressive stuff even today. Kamen Rider Black took the vibe of the earliest episodes of the original show and completely surpassed it in execution, all the while expanding it across almost an entire show. I say almost because, while its aesthetic never completely disappears, and the show continues to have plenty of striking moments, it gradually gets sloppier in its presentation, with little things that bother me popping up here and there. My go-to example is the show dropping the post-Henshin's theme after episode 23, but the priests suffered the most in this regard. The priests, in addition to losing the uniformity and simplicity of their designs, aren't shot with the same level of creativity they once were. For example, the once dimly lit Golgum headquarters that worked perfectly for the three priests and later a certain purple knight becomes overcrowded and overlit towards the end of the show. The other major complaint is the show not completely committing to Shadow Moon once he...
It became like a lot of people in this. Just became a lot of people, and people you don't even care, like these two ladies out there. You just don't care about them. Look, my mouse disappeared again. My mouse keeps on disappearing. Like these two ladies over here. I don't care about them. No, they're actually explained. They're not even explained why they're there. They're just there, and this just too overcrowded. And for some reason, I think that they probably changed the set a little bit. Now that I think about it, because it feels so spacious when they were on the earlier episodes, but now it's kind of a bit crowded. Maybe because they changed the set completely. Probably.
And overlit towards the end of the show. The other major complaint is the show not completely committing to Shadow Moon once he arrives. Nobuhiko had been teased from the start, and when he finally returns, he does so as Shadow Moon, an agent of Golgum and the foil to everything Kotaro had worked for and become. And by Golgum custom, one of them must die. The focus should have been squarely on the tragedy of the brothers by that point. But instead, the show attempts to juggle continuing the episodic stuff and justifying the continued existence of the priest. This costs development for Shadow Moon, and leaves him with little to do while he delegates important tasks to his underlings, even after things are supposed to have gotten urgent.
Yeah, and also I would agree with that, because they could have like put in Shadow Moon probably at the half episode or even an earlier episode where he leads already Gorgon, you know. But for some reason he would still need Black Sun, Kotaro, to join him. And I think it will be also really I think it will be really interesting if Shadow Moon was shown way earlier as someone who already leads Gorgon, because that would give time for some development on his side, on why is he fighting? Is he really still Nobuhiko? Is still remembers anything about his past? Does he have any hidden grudges about Kotaro? You know, because I also was thinking of that while I was watching it when I was young. The first time that I watched it is, I know for a fact that Kotaro and Nobuhiko was separated, but was the bestest of friends, and Kotaro is literally like an adopted stepbrother. But that's it. That's all that you know about Nobuhiko, and the fact that they were taken and they were modified against their will. But you never really see Nobuhiko's side ever. And all throughout the series, and all throughout even, God damn it, even the recent times that Shadow Moon was shown, he's still Shadow Moon, and he still acts like Shadow Moon. There is this one point in the series, in Kamen Rider Black, that is, that Shadow Moon kinda hesitated. But it was really never explored, and I also would wish that Black would have explored as well Nobuhiko's side, which is something that I really like about the new adaptation, Black Sun, because they literally, what they should have done with Nobuhiko in the original series is now being done literally in Black Sun, the remake, which is giving Nobuhiko much more screen time and much more development and much more character compared to Kotaro, which is basically someone that you might have already know and know what he's about, and how he thinks, how he makes decisions, how his point of views. You already know Kotaro. You just have to give him like a little bit more flavor to him with the adaptation. But Nobuhiko, you don't really know anything about him, even in the OG series. That is why I also like the fact that they develop more on Nobihiko on the remake, because this is something that they could have explored in the original series, but they didn't.
Two episodes of Kotaro wanting to avoid the inevitable, hoping he could turn things around would have made sense, and to an extent does happen, with Shadow Moon tormenting him and the girls in the meantime. But that initial stuff gets diluted with over 10 episodes of episodic material before the emotional core completely takes center stage. There are interesting ideas thrown around in there, like some political commentary, though I wish it was used earlier and not competed as much with the main plot, because once the priests are out of the way and the show commits to the conflict between the brothers, it truly begins to shine again. When I think of the back half of the show, I think of Kyoko helping a beaten Kotaro escape his enemy and the heartfelt moment they share afterwards. I think of the distraught Katsumi seriously contemplating joining Shadow Moon's side before accepting he is no longer the man she loved. I think of Kotaro's defeat at the blade of Shadow Moon and the girls mourning his death. I think of the minor
Minor spoilers. Well, spoilers. Kamen Rider Black dies, but he survived. No worries.
Glimpses of humanity that sometimes surface in Shadow Moon. I think of the girls, or Kotaro and the whale Kaijin making their way through the broken world in the aftermath of Shadow Moon's victories. There are plenty of hard-hitting emotional beats, and it all leads to an at best bittersweet conclusion for its lead character. And that's Kamen Rider Black. While the pieces are there for a masterpiece, it could use some better assembly. Still, it's difficult to recommend skipping a whole lot, because too many neat bits and moments of characterization or development are scattered about, even in the lesser episodes, which would probably be the mid-teens. It's where the show loses its main writer due to creative differences, and it takes a bit for it to fully regain its footing. But here are several episodes of the 51-episode run that I found fascinating, or had a lot of fun with. There's episode 1, along with being perhaps one of the greatest introductory episodes in all of...
Hands down. Episode 1, one of the best episode 1s of Kamen Rider. Actually, I would dare, of all tokusatsu shows ever, episode 1 of Kamen Rider Black could be, I would dare say, the best first episode ever in whole tokusatsu genre, because of how dark it is, how brooding it is, how visceral, Kotaro running around and him being hunted by the three priests and him changing into the Bata form, the locust form. It's so surreal.
Tokusatsu, hitting the ground running with an intense nighttime chase through the streets of 80s Tokyo. Kamen Rider Black's first episode feels like a loose remake of the very first episode of the entire franchise. Both episodes have their lead characters chased by the enemy, have their lead characters electrocuted by the enemy to prove they are no longer human, have their lead characters taken aback by their altered nature, have their lead characters rescued by an older man they have ties to, have their lead characters reunite with that man in a remote location, have the older man express regret about their actions and concern about the apparent invincible nature of the enemies, have their characters attacked by spider-themed kaijin, and both episodes end with the older man's death and their lead characters devoting themselves to fighting the evil that threatens their world. For that matter, there are other ways Kamen Rider Black pays homage to the series' origins as it does its own thing. Unlike Shocker, Gogum doesn't have enemy foot soldiers, though kaijin have returned to the menacing humanoid animal and insects they started off as way back when. The title character sports a stellar redesign by Katsushi Murakami that draws on Murakami's experience with Metal Heroes, yet manages
you definitely see the Metal Hero references
to remain faithful to the look of the original Kamen Rider, even while dropping the red scarf and green color scheme. In another similarity, the show recruits a familiar face from the original Ultraman series. The first Kamen Rider had Akiji Kobayashi play Tobei Tachibana. Kamen Rider Black features Susumu Kurobe, the original Ultraman host, as one of the various elite members of society vying for the attention and favors of the High Priest. He doesn't stick around too long, but in tried and true Ultra Series fashion, and an amusing meta joke, he finds himself on a cross before it's all over. But back to my favorite episodes. Episode 5 is filled with sinister thrills as Kotaro aids the last two survivors of a village overrun by the pagan-like worship of a goat kaijin. Episode 24 features a kaijin that resembles the creature from the Black Lagoon, using his position as a university professor, of course while in human form, as a means to prey and experiment on young women. Episode 31 has Kotaro and the Shonen Warriors enter a video game to rescue kidnapped children. Episode 32 is about the haunting and possession of a young girl, subject matter that gives the show an opportunity to be evocative of horror films like 1973's The Exorcist and 1982's Poltergeist. Episodes 34 to 36 represent a major turning point for the show. The internal tension within
Birugenia.
Golcom reaches its boiling point, with the priest and Birugenia, a villainous purple knight introduced in response to the many failings of the priest, going all out against each other. These episodes formally introduce Shadow Moon and provide an effective tease of the apocalyptic direction the show will soon take. Episode 42 is the tale of two psychic brothers that mirrors the conflict between Kotaro and Nobuhiko, revisits the classic Showa Kamen Rider trope of mass kaijin revival, and in some ways feels reminiscent of 1988's Akira.
Akira.
Wait, is that a promotional poster for Akira? At the top right?
Literally
It is.
Akira.
Episode 47 is where Kotaro is finally forced to accept the inevitable, that he must fight Shadow Moon, and per the episode title, the two indeed battle to the death. And
Yep. Kind of a minor spoiler if you haven't watched this. He died. He actually died. Like, literally died. I'm not talking about, like, he faked death or whatnot, or he just fainted. Like, literally died.
good as this is, I love the episode equally for its quieter moments, a good chunk of which goes to rewarding the interpersonal drama built up over the course of the show that makes its foregone conclusion here all the more powerful.
でもどちらかが倒れるまで戦うしかないんだ。
Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is the moment that I was talking about earlier where Kotaro is asking both of the women to actually go away because he doesn't want them to be harmed further now that, you know, Shadow Moon is already around.
Kamen Rider Black is a wild ride. It has satanic goats, awesome fights, friendly whale mutants, time-traveling shoguns, sentient motorbikes, lightsabers, soccer-playing Interpol agents, and magnificent drama that gets you attached to its characters. While it never fully recaptures the magic of its first episode, and has a second half that would have benefited from a tighter focus, overall it's a worthwhile journey that's at its best whenever it's leaning into its experimental filmmaking, or big emotions. It without a doubt makes for an awesome addition to the Kamen Rider mythology, provides a solid example of reinventing a property while remaining true to its roots, and is a highlight of tokusatsu as a whole. It's no wonder the show continues to be viewed as fondly as it is, and while flawed, it's a reputation it has earned. But what do you think of Kamen Rider Black? What is your favorite character, favorite episode, or favorite kaijin? What Kamen Rider series do you want to see covered next? Let me know in the comment section below, and if you want to see more videos like this, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe.
I'm gonna like this. And also subscribe to Blue Nova. He makes very good tokusatsu videos. And I really like the video, and he definitely made a lot of very, very valid points, and which is also surprisingly all of the same points that I have when it comes to Kamen Rider Black, and why I like the series. I love the series as much as it is, because of those several factors that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to you just have to improve it. Kamen Rider Black is something that shows that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just have to enhance the wheel itself for it to be good. You don't need to fix something that is not broken. Fix what is broken. Although, yeah, I would wish also that they could have been like a little bit more consistent in the final episodes. It is still a great show to watch, especially if you're starting out with Kamen Rider. This is also a great starter because I talked with a lot of people that got interested in Kamen Rider and would ask, oh, what would be the best Kamen Rider to start off, because there's just so many of them. Which is honestly, you can start with any Kamen Rider shows if you want. They're not really like chronologically arranged. Well, some of them are not. Well, most of them are not, rather. But you can really start with any other show if you wanted to. But I would say that if you want to be like introduced to what Kamen Rider is, without like cringing hard, or you know, find the whole series silly, because you can do that later. You can admire the show first and find its silliness later. I would start with Kamen Rider Decade or Kamen Rider Black or Kamen Rider Cooldown, which is my favorite. Well, I actually wouldn't really recommend people watching Kamen Rider Kuga first on how because of how different it is. So much different than any other Kamen Rider shows, which is basically what this follows up. Um After a series of one-offs like Zo, and Shin Kamen Rider, like this dude, um, I would definitely start with Kamen Rider Black if you wanted to have like a very decent introduction of what the Kamen Rider franchise is. Um, Again, without cringing hard because of the silliness, or it's also because Kamen Rider aged well in most parts, you know, in most parts. Or at least I would recommend Kamen Rider as something to start with when it comes to Showa. And then after you watch Kamen Rider Black, go ahead and watch the original Kamen Rider, and then in the order of where they when they were premiered, you can just go from there. But I would highly recommend Kamen Rider Black as a starter, because of how it pays homage to the old Kamen Rider series, by introducing like references and here and there, but it's not so much that is like in your face, while it still looks fresh from someone who doesn't know what Kamen Rider is, and but wanted to have like more knowledge and more like background, know-how on what the series really is, and then just go do watch whatever Kamen Rider series you wanted to watch from the start, because you can really start with just any Kamen Rider shows. Just that there are shows like Black that are very good to start with as a starter, like an appetizer somehow. So anyway, that's it. And so anyway, just give me one moment. Let me make some changes here. So anyway, that's it. I actually have to go. Yeah. So I actually have to go. So thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for chatting, for giving some follows and whatnot. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Even lurking. Thank you so much for that. And I'm gonna be seeing you on Monday. Monday. Yeah, Monday, same time. I might actually stream a little bit earlier this time. So I'm gonna be on the same time. So on Monday, we're gonna have tabletop Mondays, I think, and we're gonna do something unique about that day. So we'll see you there. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. All right, gonna go ahead and head out. So again, thank you so much for dropping by, and again, as always, be well. Yeah, bye bye. Bye bye.